Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Rise and Fall Session 8. How's everybody doing today?
Good.
I'm good. Huh. Whew.
All right, perfect. So, going down the line, Theo, played by Miora, how's it going?
It's full of ups and downs, I would have to say.
Perfect, that's what life's all about.
Yeah, 1 minute you're winning a tennis tournament, doing amazing, and then the next your car is stolen.
Wait,
It's ups and flows.
fucking what?
Holy shit. I'm sorry, dude.
Fucking your car got stolen?
Yeah.
What the
Jesus, man.
fuck?
Yeah, the person got caught yesterday too. They had it for a week. They got caught yesterday by the cops because they crashed it.
Oh my god. Well, at least you have insurance, right?
Yeah, and this person's going to jail, assumingly, because I think it's a felony in my state.
Yeah.
Holy
There's a
shit.
silver lining in everything.
Exactly. And then our AC went out on 102-degree days. That was great.
Oh my god.
Oh,
But then I win some tournaments, I make some money, it ebbs and flows.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Well, you've had an eventful 2 weeks, I see. Um,
Yeah, boring stuff sucks. It's better when it's exciting, just like in D&D, you have your character does crazy shit. I tried to reenact it.
oh, yeah, definitely. All right. Next up, we'll go with Horo playing Aridane. What's up?
quite honestly, in the last 2 weeks, nothing. So, yeah, it's been hot, it's been cold, it's been raining, it's been sunny. Outside of that, nothing spectacular.
Oh, yeah, cool. And lastly, Emmanuel playing Rocky. What's up, my dude?
Not much, just chilling. Got a few job interviews, looking at a few things. Nothing too special to report on, but yeah, just having fun, living life, taking things as they come.
Perfect. All right. Well, I guess with that, we can, get started with the recap. So let's find some music.
Is that a cousin of Pazak?
Yes, it is 100%.
Oh, that's a good card game
They're
to play.
second cousins.
Oh, that means you can marry him then. All
Mm-hmm.
right.
Perfect. All right.
Yeah, but if we go down to some states, it's first cousin, so it really depends.
Yeah, I think in Canada it's first. Is okay. Okay.
Interesting world. Okay, Canada. They're
Yeah,
the Mississippi of the North.
exactly. Okay, so today is May 8th of the year 421. Last session, our heroes began split up. Rocky was in Venitum's alehouse and agreed to clear the dungeon underneath Drobert's tavern. They waited at the Misty Dove's Inn for then waited at the Misty Dove's Inn for Aridane and Theo to arrive. Theo and Aridane went to see Giles at the Snapdragon's stay. They spoke to him, who commended them on working for the guard, but told them if they were looking for something that pays a little better, he will have a job for them once he works out the kinks. Giles told them that he will have a caravan job for them, carrying whatever is needed to the contact he decides to go with. After bidding each other adieu, the party met up at the Misty Dove's Inn. Rocky dragged his companions to Venitum's alehouse and spoke to the owner, Drobert. Drobert showed the party a trap door. Rocky expressed that Drobert wants this to be kept quiet, but in exchange they can have a free room, food, and drinks within reason for 2 weeks. Rocky was the first to descend, lighting a torch and looking around. He saw two hallways. At the end of one, there was a body of an adventurer. His flail melted and his armor rent. The party then explored a kitchen and storage area, finding nothing of value. What was more interesting than this room, however, was a smaller room housing nothing but a button and an hourglass. Pressing the button made the stone door begin to close. Rather than waiting to be trapped inside, Rocky left, letting the door close completely. The party decided to enter another room. Along the way, Rocky stepped on a pressure plate, letting loose some darts that punctured to his skin. The other door housed a large gelatinous monster, which after Rocky had a close call with it, the party dispatched, with the monster using ranged weapons. The cube turning into a pile of goo, the room was now safe. They looked over the liturgy and took a bronze candelabra and some small vials of purplish liquid. Down the other hallway was yet another trap Rocky stumbled into, this time a spear jutted out of the wall, piercing his side. On the other side was a small colony of rats housed in what looked to be a common sleeping area. Aridane casted a sleep spell, then proceeded to stab all 8 rats dead. The party reconvened in the kitchen, waiting for the stone door to open. Finding a secret door holding some old books, a scroll case, and a key. The stone door opened, and with that, the party went upstairs. Theo attempted to pickpocket a town guard, while Rocky and Aridane went to the largest temple in town. After showing a priest of Census one of the vials, he explained that it was unholy water, and that he was keeping it. Aridane, furious, demanded the item back. Rocky left to acquire some healing. After getting the town guard and other clerics involved, the temple held on to the unholy water, and a cleric of Loris demanded that Aridane be removed. Aridane got the name of both the cleric and the priest, then left in a huff. Aridane ran back to Venitum's alehouse and asked Theo to aid him in the murder of the 2 holy men who slighted him. This is where we begin game today. Rocky has been healed at the temple, while Theo and Aridane were able to sleep in separate beds. Rocky, upon waking up at the temple, you are approached by a priest. She is a halfling woman, dressed in just plain yellowish robes, and you awaken in a room housing lots of different injured people. Some of them wake up and have already left. But upon you waking up, this halfling woman approaches you. I trust that you're feeling a bit better.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Excellent.
This was great, but let me get going. If I need anything else, I'll come back.
Before you go, I do have a couple questions for you, if you don't mind.
Sure. So what's going on?
You entered with an elf, correct?
Yeah.
And you two were in possession of some purplish liquid.
He was.
Do you know where he acquired this from?
I'm not too sure. He doesn't really tell me what he does when doing things.
You weren't with him when he found the vial?
I'm not sure, I'll be honest. We kind of do our own thing. We're adventurers, I guess you could call us, and he'll go one way, I'll go another. I might bring back something that's interesting. He might bring back something. I don't really know. I didn't see what he grabbed anywhere, so I couldn't tell you. We've been to a few different places together and different projects, so hard to say where it was from.
Right. Do you remember I believe he said they found it in a cave where there was a orc cleric.
Ah, yeah. So that was out in the lands a bit northeast of here, I believe. Some bog or marsh or something like that. We were hunting down goblins a bit ago, and I guess if you got it from there was an orc cleric or goblin or I don't know. One of those monsters.
Right.
We killed most of them, I'm gonna say. And if he got it from there, he probably got it from the spot I didn't see.
Did you see any sort of silver basin in the area? Anything that could be used to hold water? Perhaps even a bucket?
Don't think. I don't know. There's a goblin cave.
Anything ceremonial there at all?
Yeah. Yeah, if I remember correctly, they had some shrine or something to, one of these, that god they serve. What was the name? They said it. I don't remember.
Many of the lesser races worship their own gods.
Yeah. So, whatever god it was there, there was the lotion next to it.
All right. Thank you for disclosing this to us. Do you have time to mark this location on one of our maps?
I could do my best. I was kind of out there on my own for a bit, and I met up with them out there. But yeah, sure, I'll do my best to let you know where this cave was.
The general area will suffice. I trust you understand the severity of this situation. Unholy water is extremely dangerous.
Well, I'm not too sure. I'm not a priest person or an angel or whatever this thing hurts. What does it do exactly? I didn't really understand why there was a commotion about it in the first place.
Unholy water is capable of hurting good clerics and paladins, as well as celestial creatures and other creatures who protect good.
That sounds...
It's highly dangerous.
Is it like melt you or something? How is this?
You know what holy water is and what it can do to undead. It gets on them, hurts them, burns them. Does the same, but
in
people.
reverse. Got it. Got it. Yeah. Okay. Speaking of that, are there a lot of... Is that common around here? Unholy water or...
I don't
Holy
think
water,
you.
for that matter?
I don't think you, this is the first. This is the first time you've probably seen unholy water.
So I'll ask her. Do you guys usually encounter this around here? Like a pool or someone just is it made by someone? How does this work?
Unholy water is created by dark priests. Terrible people. Nothing good can come of us discovering this. Possibly one lone crazy cleric, or maybe something bigger, a cult.
I see. Well, if I see any crazy clerics doing, or culty people doing anything, I'll be sure to give them a good stab. See, I've been able to take out some of the baddies in this town so far, and you wouldn't have to worry because I'm not a cleric technically, so this wouldn't hurt me. If you guys need me, let us know. We'll take care of it.
Yes, and she'll procure for you a map, and that area with the X is the area with the area of the cave. You can mark that area, or you can mark another area, or anything like that.
Okay, so I will tell her it was somewhere in this area without actually like anywhere between those four squares. So how do I mark it?
Just like around here.
Yeah, that'll work. Just because Rocky probably doesn't know and doesn't care that much. And he's trying to be truthful, but he like, it's a goblin cave. Like, who really cares about that stuff? And it's been how many weeks, months has it been? It's probably been like 2 weeks since we've done this.
Yeah, I think it has. Yeah, it's been roughly 2 weeks.
Yeah, so we were only there for we were there for 1 week in that area, but we weren't really like taking in the sights or anything like that. He probably doesn't remember all that much. Well, actually, I will roll. What do you think? Charisma or perception?
For what exactly?
Just to remember going over there. Maybe would that be intelligence? Maybe?
That would be intelligence to remember something.
20. Yeah, he doesn't know. So he's got a
No idea.
Yeah, so he's like in this area probably, like give or take, because I don't know.
Okay.
But
All right.
from he'll tell her like I think it's around here. I don't remember because I don't pay attention to these goblins or whatever. I just kill them. But if you look around there, you might be able to find it.
Very
It
well.
wasn't particularly hidden, just a cave,
Excellent. Thank you for this. We will begin investigating, and she will roll up the map. And you're free to go.
Good. I'm gonna go rest now, and I will head back to the park. Well, I'm gonna head back to my room and lay down for the rest of the day because I need health.
Okay.
When I get there, I'll tell the bartender guy to like send my food to my room. I'm gonna be resting there for the rest of the day.
All right. You enter Vanitum's Ale House. You can talk to Drobert, tell him to bring your food up to your room. And yeah, you can sit back and relax. I believe Theo and Eridane, you guys wake up in separate beds. What's the first thing you do in the morning? What's your routine?
Do you want me to go first, or do you want to go first?
Do elves in your world sleep, or do you just like meditate a couple hours a night?
They sleep, 100%.
They properly sleep.
Yeah,
Okay.
same as humans.
Yeah. Personally, I feel like Aridane usually wakes up, has a nice glass of wine, to start the day, because he likes to go around a little tipsy, gives him that a little extra charisma that he probably usually lacks.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, but this morning I feel like he would have woken up before Theo, and probably have gone to see the wizard guild, whatever, to see about the book repaired or about learning a spell that he could repair the book itself himself.
Okay. Yeah. So, let's do you first then. You can wake up, have your glass of wine. You learn some spells, I presume.
Yes, I memorized 2 sleep spells because I probably casted it yesterday, right? Casting
I
it,
think you casted
rats
one
and whatnot.
yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh, real quick, I thought at the end of the last episode that you did a detect magic or something for some reason.
Right, that was the morning. That was the
Yeah,
morning.
no, I think that's supposed to be this morning, or was that?
Yeah, that was this morning.
So I probably cast detect magic, relearn it straight away as sleep afterwards.
True.
Yeah.
That works.
And also, Rocky, I don't know if anybody else having this. It sounds like he's getting a little robot-y.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, his internet is a bit giving out, I think, that's why.
Let's see. Is better?
Oh,
no.
I think so.
Yeah.
For now,
Okay.
yeah. I'll let you know if you start saying long sentences instead of going. Burp, 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 burp.
Gotcha. Okay. I put my mic like all the way down so it wouldn't be like.
Yeah, like
sharp.
right now, we're starting to do it a little bit.
Oh, that sucks. All right, I'll try my best.
Okay. So, Eridane, you wake up, cast your read magic spell on the scroll, learn that it is a spell scroll of detect undead, written in a language that you know. I believe that it is. What language was it in? I'm just going to look this up really quick.
It's either Lavaric or Urdic, I believe.
Yes, it's in Urdic.
Urdic, there we go.
Yes. And you can relearn a sleep spell.
Yep.
Two sleep spells, because you cast... No, never mind. Yeah, one sleep spell. There we go.
Yeah.
All right. And you're ready to head to the Children of Medeas. You
Absolutely.
walk through the town. It is... you probably wake up a little bit early, right?
Yeah, I would think so. I would probably... We usually sleep in quite late, I'm assuming. But this time I'm gonna wake up as early as I can.
So it's probably around... Maybe around 6 or 7, something like that. And the town is bustling. A lot of women are at the market buying food and things of that nature. You go down to downtown Deadfalls and find the guild. Where's the guild? There is a sign with a symbol of Medeas on it. The left side is a diamond. The right side is a sun. And there is some sort of rune inside of the diamond, and an alchemical rune inside the sun. It looks to be a repurposed tavern. And
Perfect.
the door is closed, but unlocked.
I don't think that Erden would knock. I think he thinks that inside is probably reception or something, so he's just gonna barge in essentially.
Yeah. You open up the door, and inside you are greeted with magical lights which illuminate an area. There is a desk in the middle of the room, and there are wooden tables with bluish green or teal tablecloths with intricate patterns. Some people are sat at these tables, either eating, talking, or reading. They all appear to be wearing robes or nice clothes.
Feel like they kind of look towards me, and I'm carrying a sword. I'm carrying like armor on top of my body, so they probably don't even think I'm a wizard or something.
Yeah. You're wearing your armor?
Feel like after yesterday he would definitely wear his armor. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you get a few
Just
looks.
be ready. He's on edge. Yeah.
You do get a
And-
few looks, but people turn back to what they were doing, and the receptionist, a young woman, waves at you. Hello? Can I help you with something?
Yes. I was recommended your guild by an acquaintance per se. I'm looking to either restore an ancient book to its former glory, or perhaps learn a spell that would help me do that. That would help me do that.
Perfect, yeah. I believe we can definitely help you out with the spell learning, but we'd have to look at the book to determine if it can be restored.
Yes, I will produce the book from the wrapped baggie that I have. I would say it's probably not repairable unless with a mending spell. But here it is.
She will look at the cover. You place it down on the table? On the desk?
Yeah, I think so. I would go to where the bar is, or not the bar, like the reception lady is. I would open it slightly, but not fully. I wouldn't show the Ouroboros on the back of the book. I would just like show the front, and it's like completely ancient and like falling apart. It's I'd say it's like in a horrible condition. Preferably like an expert would have a look at it. I don't want to open it fully.
Right, okay. She takes a look at it. Definitely looks quite old. I will have one of our librarians have a look at this, and she will get up and enter a room off to the side. A few minutes later, she returns with a elven man. He is wearing spectacles and just general nice clothes.
Yeah. Is there a private room we could talk, or is everything happening in open doors?
He will come out and take you into the library.
Yes.
And the library...
I would ask for his name on the way. Just introductions, you know.
Yes. My name is Scene. What is yours?
My name's Aaron Dane.
Nice name.
They seen wizards. They're quite. How do I put it? Individualist, right? They have secrets. They usually don't want others to know, right?
Depends on the wizard, really. A lot of wizards work together. Some tend to be a little bit more individualistic, as you described.
Yes. I think of myself as the latter. So, say anything that we discuss today, can I have your word that it's going to be kept, well, confidential and in private? That it's not going to be leaked to other wizards or anybody else?
I suppose. Unless you have murdered someone.
Not yet. Not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah, you know, it's life. Anything can happen, right?
I suppose. Well,
Yeah.
so I understand that you have a book you would like to be restored?
Yes, this time I will pull out the book completely. I will set it on a table, like, slowly. I'll dust it off a little bit, probably blow on it gently to get the dust off, and I'll say, well, this is it.
Yes. He will look it over. And without asking your permission, he will just kind of pick it up, turn it all around, set it back down, and then just open the front cover to look on the inside. As he does...
Sorry, if I see that he's gonna try and reach to open it, I would like to try and stop him, but I think it's so fast that I couldn't really say anything in time.
Yep. He gets about halfway opening it before you reach out your hand to grab his wrist. Is there a problem, sir?
I think the book might fall apart if you open it. It's that ancient.
Yes, from what I can see, it's at the very least difficult to say. Maybe about 500 years old.
Yeah, and it wasn't kept in a very nice spot as well, so.
No, and
You
he'll
can understand. I don't want any air or anything to get in the book now. It would just crumble.
Yes. You can see that the front page of the book, you can see that maybe once upon a time there was ink there, but now it's either completely faded or chipped off, and the pages themselves have decomposed significantly. You see this here, and I'll point to a hole in the book.
Yep.
Bookworms. They've gone into this.
Say, a wizard casting the mending spell, would that restore just the book itself, or would that restore the ink as well?
That might be able to restore a chain link or a broken blade, but this definitely requires... I'm not even sure this is salvageable, to be honest. I could restore the cover, but the pages are lost.
Hmm. I guess there is no saving this book then, is it? There's
No.
not much value in a cover.
But I have seen this book before. This is where you're in luck.
Oh.
This book is called The History of the Worship of Ko'oa. And from what I see here, this is a second edition book. This edition was published during the Age of Might, the last age before this one, in the year 642. That means this book was published 742 years ago.
And what is the current age called? Is it... Sorry, this is not a question to him, but you as a DM.
Yeah, the current
it was
age is
of
the
Might.
Age of Enlightenment.
Really?
Mm-hmm. And the current edition of this book is on its 5th iteration. So I assume things have changed from this second publication to the 5th. But perhaps some things have remained intact.
Yeah.
We do have the book here. I'd be happy to let you have a look.
That would be wonderful. If you don't mind, I would need to speak to my companions, let them know that I'll be here studying the book. Because if it's okay with you, I would like to read it thoroughly.
Very well.
I will give him 5 gold pieces for his services and for his promise to stay quiet.
Thank you very much. The Children of Medeus welcomes inquisitive minds.
You see, for the first time, after mentioning Ko'oa to somebody, I wasn't shunned away. This is interesting.
You say that in character?
No, I feel like Aradin thinks this, so
Oh.
this is interesting, but yeah.
Well, Ko'oa's a god just like everybody else. It just happens to be maybe, certain things about them, about the worshippers, are a little bit weird.
Yeah.
But yeah. So you can take your leave and head
Sorry,
back.
I would like to ask them about another spell to learn,
yes.
essentially.
Mhm.
Yes, I will go back to the reception lady, thanking the librarian,
Mhm.
thanking Scene, and I'll ask in regards to learning a single level 1 spell. How much would you charge me, or how would that work?
Yes. So, do you know the spell you're wishing to learn?
Absolutely. So I would like to learn one of the two, whichever one would be cheaper or whichever one would be faster, whatever. It would be either armor or magic missile.
Yes. Both of these spells would cost the same. They are fairly simple spells, usually able to be cast by any wizard. So it would be 15 gold a day that you learn the spell. And that will be paid at the end, as long as you prove that you have the funds.
Yes, of course. And how many days again did this take? Like D4 plus... Sorry, how long did it take?
I think it takes D6. I need to look at it. Yes, D4 plus 2 days per spell level.
Jesus. Okay.
And 50 gold a spell level for the ink and quills and stuff. which is paid
It could cost
separately.
separately. So it could cost 140 to learn a level 1 spell. Damn. Okay, yeah, I don't have that kind of funds. I'll thank them and I'll take my leave essentially.
Well, come back anytime. Our doors are always open.
I'll nod my head. And sorry, last question before I go. If I was to buy the services of a wizard to cast a spell for me or two, how much would that cost?
Really depends on the spell, the material components. You would have to cover that.
Yeah.
But if it's,
Yeah.
no material cost really, that'd probably be about 50 to 100 gold for a spell.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you very much.
Yeah. You have yourself a nice day.
Yep.
Alright. Now, as Eridane is leaving, we'll jump back to Theo. Theo, what time do you wake up?
I mean, I let my body naturally wake me up, and normally, that'll probably come whenever how do I word it? I'm one of those people that's kind of a slow riser, so once I start kind of waking up, I take maybe like an hour just to kind of like yawn, stretch, wake up, slowly open my eyes, get out of bed. I take a while. So, um, probably around first light is when I probably wake up, and I just take a while to get up. I stretch, do all the normal routine.
Right. Yeah. So you wake up, stretch, and a little while later, you're pretty much ready to start your day.
Yeah, and I start off every morning. Wherever I am, I go through my pouches and just make sure my money's there as well. I always go through this because you never know if somebody want to come through the night and try to take something.
Yes. You have all of your possessions. Nobody's robbed you.
Good. I like not being robbed.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
Yeah, at least in this game, I'm not being robbed.
I was about to say the same thing.
It would have been fitting.
Yeah, somebody stole your horse.
Oh, where's my horse?
Dude, where's my horse?
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess normally what I tend to do is I go down, get my good old water or the watered down ale that I can get, and I just sit down for the day and chum up with people, see how everything's going, listen in, see what the talk of the day is. Just keep my ear open and mouth closed most of the time, unless I need to talk.
Yeah. It's a fairly quiet day, mostly mundane rumors are being discussed. Jobert looks to be kind of busy. It seems like he might have hired a new server who is actually serving drinks and food and stuff. He brings you a bowl of stew personally on the house.
Oh, thanks, sir. I don't believe I deserve the honor, but I'll take it.
Well, you're helping me out with my secret project, so only fair.
Of course. No problem necessary. Just making sure everybody's safe is our prime reason.
Yeah. So when do you think you'll be heading down there again, you know?
If it was my choice, probably be later today, but alas, I have to make sure some of our more, what's the word? Precocious, maybe, and finicky members are ready. You know how I look to him. You know how people with, and then I move my hands around with those type of powers are.
Oh, yeah, I get you. All right, well, take your time. You got um, about 12 more days of free room left.
Oh, if we need that many days, then I think it would be crazy. Hopefully we'll be done way before that.
Excellent. And he will leave you to your food and drink. And around this time, Rocky comes through the door.
Yeah, I don't say anything. I just notice him and go back to my drinks.
Yeah, I'll nod and tell the bartender, what's going on, and then go to my room.
Okay. And now, after Theo finishes his meal, I think Drobert brings up Rocky's meal as well. Aridane gets back as well, and now you're all in the same place.
Yeah. So, you two were out a long time. What, did you find some tail?
I mean, I slept in the same room as you, so I mean, you know.
Well, yeah, but maybe you like a little fox for breakfast. I don't know.
Nah, sadly not. Uh, I think, nah, it's fine. Nah, I think Aridane is kind of lost in thought about what happened yesterday, and now that he's cooled down, he's trying to formulate an opinion or like what's really happening, you know.
Well, I kind of get down and whisper. I was talking to the barkeep about, he asked me specifically how long I was gonna check with you guys. I mean, I should be ready. I'm not sure how long do you need though.
Aridane is gonna look at Rocky and he's like, well, I think we have to wait for him, right? Not us. Both of us are ready.
Of course, he said we have 12 more days. Hopefully, we don't take that much. It might look bad if it takes us to the end. It's gonna look a little. And then I kind of rub my fingers together.
Yeah.
But yeah, take all your time. I'm just gonna probably explore around. Just put my ear to the ground. See what's going on. And
I'm gonna lean in and I'm gonna like, Theo, can you speak with Nick, whatever his last name is, about just keeping an eye.
Nietzsche.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can call him Nick for sure, I guess. Yeah. Obviously we'll have him. I'll talk to him today about seeing what our old buddy's doing.
Yeah. Thank you.
You just take your time that you need. All right. We won't go in there. What's the term? Half cocked, I think. Yeah, we don't want to go in like that.
I'm full cock only. Full cock only.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. You get me.
So rest up with your. I kind of wiggle my hands. Things you do.
And I think Theo starts leaving at that point, and Aridane is just confused. What things does he mean?
Look to him. You know. The. And then I tinkle my hands and then go pew.
I kind of do finger guns. I'm like, pew, pew, whatever that means.
Yeah, when your hand feels real tingly and stuff goes wheel, places or things happen because of them. Those things.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, I get it.
Yeah, just make sure those are all. Maybe make sure your hands aren't numb. Is what I'm saying.
Oh, they're fine. They're perfectly fine.
Good. Okay. So I guess I'll just wait for you to. Let me know when you're ready. I'm just gonna, unless any of you want my help with something, I'll probably just spend the days and just make sure everything's going smoothly.
I think at this point we're just waiting for Rocky to heal, right? Unless we get another task or something going on.
Basically, I mean, I don't know when you guys said you're gonna meet with Giles or whenever he's supposed to contact you guys, but I was gonna heal for one more day and then go back down there. I thought you need another day for spells or something, but I guess not. But yeah, just one more day. I'm gonna go back down.
Yeah, I have a spell I can learn, like the Detect Undead spell that we got, right? But the problem with that is it's gonna cost me 50 gold, and I'd rather like keep that 50 gold for a better spell from the guild, probably.
Is Detect Undead Priest or is that
That's a
Wizard?
wizard.
No, no, it's wizard spell.
Oh, that's cool. Wait, do you need? Oh, wait. If you have the spell, do you need a person to teach you?
No,
Nope.
Oh, okay.
it's still gonna cost me 50 gold pieces to
Oh,
transcribe
for
it out.
the yeah, got you. Yeah, ugh.
Yeah,
Yeah. I mean,
unfortunately.
I'm. If you guys want to fast forward a day and then just go down the next day, we can do that.
Sure. So
Yeah,
for
I
the
guess.
time being, sorry,
Ooh,
go
I
ahead.
was just saying I would talk to Nietzsche and his friend just about. I would give him the description of Giles. Then he's in, and just say, if he leaves, see if you can tell him just to see where he is. No need to stay at the place that he's staying or just watch over it. Just see if you can, maybe pinpoint where the guy's going. Just be really careful, and if you feel somebody's onto you, just get out of there. No need to risk anything.
Sorry, do you say that about Giles or Walda?
Or sorry, Walda. Yes, wrong person. My bad.
There were two. Walda was the cleric of senses. Art was this cleric of Warus.
Walda was the priest of senses, right?
Priest
Not
of
the cleric.
senses, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, that is who I meant. Sorry. Giles is always on my mind.
Yeah.
Alright,
Money is always on your mind.
Yes.
so tailing Walda.
Yeah. Just telling him, hey, just be careful. No need to get too crazy. Just, if, just kind of being around the area. And if you happen to see him leave and go somewhere, see if you can figure out where it is. And that's it. No need to tail and figure out everything.
Alright, yeah. Nietzsche and Hallery are like, I think I think they're probably still at like a cheaper inn, staying in like a big communal room, uh, just drinking shitty ale. So yeah, so what are we exactly looking for here? Like, just where he goes, what he does.
Um, More, seeing if maybe they have a place that they stay besides the church, or if they seem to have maybe a specific routine that they tend to do, maybe every day, every other day, something like that. We don't need to know about the specifics necessarily currently of what they're doing. Just if they leave, just see if they maybe have a pattern or a place that they just stay more.
All right, sure. And why are we tailing him?
Yeah, he he apparently stole something valuable of ours. They're said to be very holy and understanding people, but it seems this one is not being true to his faith. And we want to make sure that it is understood that holy people should not be thieving from the poor. They should be helping, right?
Shit, what did he steal?
Unfortunately, he stole one of my friends. He actually had something in his possession that he got from another cleric. It was something that would help him in his battles. Some sort of potion of sorts. I'm not sure on the specific details, but apparently that cleric, when he was talking to him, enjoyed it so much that he used his power to take it from him.
Jeez, that's just not right.
Yes.
Yeah,
And they even talked to the guards, and the guards and the priest threw him out. so we can't go to them.
Fucking corrupt ass church, man.
Of course, which
Can't
means we are the uncorrupting. We are the ones to do the true justice of the world. But we have to do it in steps, and we have to do it carefully.
Yeah. Those priests have had it good for far too long.
I agree.
Alright, yeah. We'll help you out, but I think we do need a little bit of financial incentive. And Hillary goes, yeah, financial incentive, yeah.
Of course. Anybody who does work with us and is part of our group deserves a share in compensation. And instead, how much do you feel this type of job is worth? What do you think? And we will work on our negotiation tactics. This will be your first step, because then when we have other clients, I'll be relying on you to help negotiate the prices.
They kind of lean over to each other. What do you think, Hillary? How much does it cost to perform a service such as this? And Hillary goes, well, think that it's kind of risky if anybody figures out what you're doing. Nietzsche goes, yeah, that's right. You know, if we're caught, something bad could definitely happen. But it's not like we can't talk our way out of it. They'll both turn to you. 6 silver a day spent tailing. How's that sound?
6 silver a day, eh? As I said, I'll speak like a customer that comes to you. Well, you're only following them, aren't you? So, I think I can only afford 1 silver each.
1 silver each a day. And 5 silver each upon completion of the job. That you got everything you want, which was routine and places he goes. Anywhere he stays besides the temple. Sound fair?
You're a shrewd negotiator, I like it. Yes, we'll have a deal on that, of course.
Perfect.
I like it. You guys have good instincts.
Yeah. Spits in his hand, goes to shake yours.
Yeah, I do the same.
Perfect. Pleasure doing business with you. And
Yes.
you're still working on that guild, right?
Yes, we're actually in the middle of a job right now. It's gonna hopefully help us get closer to it.
Cool. Hillary goes, yeah, cool. Yeah.
Hope the drinks are good here.
Well, you know, it's better than drinking your own piss, but not by much.
I know those. I remember those days. Well, here's a silver each for an installment, and then I'll
Okay.
come by each night and see how things are going and give you another one then.
Very well. I assure you, we won't disappoint.
Great, and remember, we have time, so no need to get too risky.
Very well, we'll take it nice and slow. Slow, yeah.
Right. Well, much ado, my fellow brothers. I will see you later tonight.
Have a good evening.
Not to him, and then I head out.
All right.
I guess if anybody else is doing something specific, I'd do a quick thing, and I would just go to Aridane and tell them, all right, seems they're on the mission.
Aridane is gonna give you 2 thumbs up, and he's gonna say, I have some reading to do in the library. If you guys don't need me today, I'll do some studies.
Don't worry about it. And every night I'm going to meet with them, see if they learned anything, and once it seems I've learned enough sufficiently, I will be finishing my compensation with them, and then I'll give you the information. Or do you want me to give you the daily updates?
Um, Personally, I don't care about the daily, day-to-day things. As soon as there's like concrete, like, hey, he's gonna be there and there outside of the church at that and that time, it doesn't really matter to me much, right? You are helping me take revenge upon him, right?
Of course, anything for a friend.
Perfect, perfect. Yeah, so just let me know when he's ready to be dealt with, and anything outside of that is, you know, I can be left in the dark. Um, did you compensate our friends? Do you need some money? Uh,
It's no need. I'm giving them a silver each a day, and then upon completion of the job, 5 silver.
oh, they're cheap. Okay.
It's, they're I'm practicing their negotiations. They're doing well, and we're showing promise. So I think everything will go pretty well. And I told them to just be careful, and if they feel it's getting too hot, just abandon. There's no need to take pressure on.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's pretty fine, yeah.
Yeah, I've got plenty. So don't worry about it. This is we consider this as part of a guild fund thing, and that's why I hold so much stuff.
I understand, I understand. By the way, I've done some math, right, in regards to me getting some new magics per se.
Oh, I like math. Yes.
Yes. So essentially what it is, it could technically cost us up to 140 gold per spell. Up to, and that's a very high up to, right?
Yes.
Technically, it should cost us between, what is it? 80. Sorry. Yeah, it technically should be around 100 gold on average, and then 140 on the high end.
I don't
So,
know the costs of spells and whatnot. Is that who is that a normal thing?
honestly, I have no idea about these lands back home, because, well, my lord is quite important. I was able to get everything very cheaply. And you see, elves, we don't care much about, gold per se. So I do a favor for someone there, they give me a spell. I do a favor for someone there, they give me a spell. It works differently there. So I'm not too sure about the city. But
Well,
100 gold, yeah.
as I said, I have money, saved up. So if you need anything, if it's benefiting us all, I never shy away from helping.
Yeah,
So just let me know if you need me.
perfect, perfect. Would Erday know that Theo currently has the armor spell on him?
Probably not. I do have the spellcraft proficiency. Oh, wait, no, you weren't even there when Giles cast the spell on him.
Nope.
Nope.
So no, I
Only
don't. There's no actual visible magic on him.
yeah.
Have
I mean,
I
I've
done
told
any
people that he
detect?
helped me, but I didn't know what it was. I just
Yeah,
said he touched me and gave me some that
I'm
said he would help.
I'm just trying to remember because we've done some detect magics before in the past, right? Where I tried to identify if any of our loot was magical, and we determined that it wasn't. So would I have seen like the magical effect upon Theo upon casting detect magic?
Yeah, you can look at Theo and determine that uh, he has a pretty faint magical aura around him.
Yeah. Aaron probably wouldn't even mention it. He keeps it to himself. Maybe Theo doesn't want everyone else to know it anyways. Yeah. Okay. I will go to read my books if the person is gonna give me the book of worship, history, whatever. The history of the worship of Koa.
Yep, that's a weird title for a book, anyways. Um, so, you can spend the rest of the day going and to the library and reading a book. Theo, I assume, stays at the inn, right?
Yeah, I just stay at the inn, doing the same thing kind of always do all day, just kind of looking around, hearing stuff, and then as the day ends, I go and do my wrap up, get the information, go back and kind of rinse and repeat.
Okay. And then Rocky is just spending the day resting in bed.
Right.
Okay. So, Eridane, you head back to the Children of Medeas.
Mm-hmm.
And the receptionist remembers you. She allows you to go into the library. The library is also magically lit with light. And Seer is inside the library, seems to be reorganizing some books. Doesn't seem to notice you.
I will approach him and I'll say, "Excuse me, sir. I believe I'm ready for the book now."
Oh, perfect. I have picked out a table for you. The book is sitting there. I assume you can read Shazari.
Sorry, let me see what languages I have.
That's this world's common, or this
Yeah,
area's common.
yes,
Yes.
I do read Sorry, yes.
All right, perfect. Well, it's waiting for you, and he will lead you to the table. It's a. It doesn't look particularly comfortable. The only thing that is quite good is the chair. The chair is comfortable, but the actual table is not. But you
I feel like Airdain doesn't read a book like when it's on a table. I feel like he crosses his legs, leans back in the chair, picks the book with both of his hands, and just kind of has it in his lap rather than the table.
yeah, you do so, and you can begin reading. So, this is the 5th edition of the history of the worship of Koa, and it's just some general information. The long and short of this book is that there is a very long history of Koa worshipped. It started with tribal societies of humans, halflings, orcs, goblins. Once cities started evolving, it eventually Koa worship started taking place in cults who worshipped her in secret. Nowadays, Kawa is rather more placated rather than worshipped, by common folk at least. Those who actually do worship Koa can do so in public. It's not illegal or anything to worship Koa. Maybe just a little bit strange. Good people can worship Koa, but the evil people who worship Koa usually do so in secret, and are usually doing something sinister, like sacrificing virgins, disrupting the social order in violent ways, or murdering people. And that's
Okay.
what's been taking place with Koa worship.
Perfect. Thank you. I think Airdain is just gonna study the books thoroughly, make sure he knows like everything that he deems important in these books. Maybe look in more into like ceremonies or what people used to do, like to get attention of Koa and stuff like that.
Right. Back in the tribal days, it was like actual sacrifices. Either usually in the very early worship, it was human sacrifices, eventually transitioned to animal, and then, once towns and cities started being created, Koa worships started to become a little bit more placatey, and instead of sacrificing actual people, they would sacrifice food, grain, smaller animals, like chickens.
Does it say anything about, powerful, like, clerics of maybe Koa in the past, or maybe any particular people, like, where Koa actually spoke with them, or anything of those lines? Or is it just, like, ceremonies and just, like, the everyday worship of the god?
It is generally everyday worship of Koa. It doesn't say anything about really who Koa is or what her function is, but just reading this book, you understand that she is definitely a god of, darkness and chaos and
Yeah.
things like that. But no actual people are mentioned in this book besides, kings who outlawed the worship of Koa a few, like, hundreds of years ago, but like cults sprang up in response to this who worshipped her in secret. But no clerics of Koa are mentioned.
But is there any reason why these cults, like, disband? Is it because they start sacrificing people and later on, like, the guards, etc., like, get rid of them, like the law? Or is it because, like, they start worshipping Koa and then just the other priests say, you know what, you cannot do that, and just kill them all? Because if they sacrifice, like, grain and stuff like that, it should be fine, right?
So normal people sacrifice, like, grain and things like that, but people who still worship Koa today and worship, in a cult setting or in a sort of secret setting, a lot of the times they practice the old ways, which would be, sacrificing virgins or just living up to what the god intended, which is creating chaos.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
All right. And with that, after discerning this information, Aridane, you are politely asked to leave as the library is closing. It's probably about like 9 p.m.
Yep. I will be taking my leave then.
All right. And everybody can get a nice hot meal into them. This time it is some roast beef. And Drobert has actually procured a minstrel for the night. And lots of uproarious laughter is had that night. It is generally a joyous occasion. And you all can go to sleep. Unless there's something you wish to do.
No.
It's doing my usual until everybody is good to go.
Alright. So, you can all fall asleep in the same room, and you wake up the next morning. It is it's raining a little bit outside. It's just kind of spitting. It's not too bad outside though.
I kind of look towards Rocky. How is the man feeling? How is he?
He's feeling, if you had to put a number on it, a 12 out of 16.
Rocky,
but it's good. It's good
you
enough.
Gained 1 HP overnight.
Well, isn't it bed rest?
That's if you have a healer.
I mean, if you don't do anything all day, isn't it like 2 though?
Does anybody else remember? I think it is. I think it might be 2 if you just get bed rest and no
Yeah, if
other
you just
No,
do-
healing.
so if you do bed rest, you get 1. If you have a healer, you get 2. If you have an herbalist, you get 3.
Is that how it works?
Yes. So if you do any traveling or any fighting, you get nothing, and if you get like
Mhm.
full bed rest, it's 1 HP.
Okay,
Very.
that's fine.
Very
Didn't we do something
smooth.
different the first day? I thought we did. I could be wrong.
I believe you got a lot of healing from the clerics. Maybe that's why.
Yeah, you
more
got
luck.
No, I
special.
meant after we fought the goblins, because we recovered in like really short time. But I remember.
It did, you guys did spend like 9 days around the goblin area.
Okay,
So
I
I
will
think it
take
was
off.
a lot of healing. A lot of days of healing.
So he is at a total of. He is at a 10 out of 16. So he's good. He's good enough to go.
Cool.
Plus he rested all day yesterday, so he's kind of sick of it, ready to go do something.
Yeah, I think we're ready to go back in then.
Yep.
Awesome. So, you guys can come up to Drobert. You
Oh, real
can.
quick.
Sorry?
Um, I was just looking at natural healing. It says if a character is completely bed rest, does nothing for an entire day, can gain 3 hit points for the day.
Where is that?
Natural healing.
Like, which book?
That would be what I just did. Player's handbook. Yeah.
Player's Handbook. And is that,
But I'm not sure if it's something different in the DMG. Oh, DMG's the same thing.
Alright, table of contents, healing. Um. Natural healing. 1 hit point per day of rest. If you have complete bed rest, you're getting 3 per day. But I think that there's the healing.
Yeah, I know there's something with the healing proficiency that does
Yeah.
some extra. I wasn't sure about. Healing proficiency. A character with healing proficiency can attempt to aid poison people. And care for tender wounds for the next 5 rounds. The victim gains a +2 in saving throw. The proficiency check required for poison. Only character with both healing and herbalism can attempt same treatment on. Well, that's
Yes.
not what I thought it was.
So I think that I think it's still 1 per day of bed rest.
Okay.
All right. There we go. Awesome. Also, I thought you got 4, but apparently it's only 3 with healing and herbalism. But you can keep that other HP.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, so the new numbers are 0, 1, 1, 2, and 1, 3.
Yes.
Okay.
For natural.
Looks like I might be getting the healer feat then.
Yeah, it's gonna take a while to do stuff with this level of. If we're
Don't worry,
doing
guys. I've got room to learn this stuff. I've got the ability.
Possibly Klaus should be taking healer and maybe herbalism, right?
It's an intelligence thing. I don't think he should do. Maybe he can do herbalism. Well, actually, you don't. Do you need to?
Yeah, it's only you only really have to make a proficiency check when you try to like actually heal someone who has like just taken damage. But like you can just heal without making a proficiency check if you have the proficiency.
And I'm curious, does the same person have to have the healer and the herbalism, or do you just need one person
You
to have
need one
each
of
in the party?
each. Yeah. They like work together.
It could be one person with both, or it could be 2 separate
Yeah.
people.
Okay. I will take a look and take those, depending on how our greatest paladin NPC does.
Mm-hmm.
The ultimate NPC.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
I
So,
don't really explain how herbalism really works. Whatever, but go on. Let's go.
yeah. Alright, Drobert will lead you to his small little basement, filled with like barrels and whatnot, and open the trapdoor that leads down into the dungeon. Well,
And we go.
and you can. Boop. Boop. Alright, we're gonna do this one. Alright. The dungeon is just as you left it. At least upon first glance. There's still
Okey-dokey.
no light down here. Besides what you have with torches, does anybody have a torch?
I do. I'm taking one off the sheet.
Alright, and what's everybody's encumbrance look like?
I'm pretty good at the moment.
I mean, I'm probably leaving my backpack upstairs, right? I'm not taking my bedroll. I'm not taking my tent, etc. So I'm
I wouldn't
fine.
I wouldn't take my extra stuff, but I would probably keep my backpack just in case. Because I have some of my weapons and stuff in there, and some of my tools I use for exploring. But my encumbrance is still, even if I had it all on me, I'd still be only at 119, and that's for base. And the max I can be at is 135 before I start getting encumbered. So I'm still pretty good.
Okay. What about you, Theo? You carrying anything heavy?
Let's see. Technically not. Let's see. I do have some of my golden stuff on me, but I'm not carrying my leather armor. Leave that back. So if I look at all this, if I take that stuff off, I am at 31.
Alright.
I'm sitting pretty light.
Okay, yeah. Perfect. So, everybody's light and breezy, ready to explore a little bit more.
Yeah.
All right, so I light the torch, and I will get. Is my character on the sheet? It is not. Ha ha ha.
I see your character here. Boop.
Oh, I'm tripping. Wrong page. So I will take us, I guess, back to where we were. Oh yeah, so this should be at 10. And still not reading it. Plus 10. Tell the guys.
Does everybody want to take a quick 5-minute break?
Sure.
Alright, we will be back in a few minutes for more Rise and Fall. Don't go anywhere. Alright, see you guys.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Rise and Fall Session 8. So, we are in the Tavern dungeon. What are you guys doing?
I have gotten to the door, and I'm gonna ask the guys if they think it's a good idea for me to do what I did last time, and we just look around and see what's happening in here first, or do we want to all try to go through it and hope to God we nothing really bad happens? I've got the health to tank stuff, but you know,
Sorry, Rocky, would you mind if we just do another round around the place to make sure there's, how do I say it?
yeah, nothing else.
There's no more cubes of slime and stuff like that.
Sounds good to me. Let's go.
And Airdain is once again trying to look for secret doors. I don't know if we need it on the roll or I'm just not gonna find them because I didn't last time, or etc. Anymore, that is. But yeah, we're just looking around, making sure everything is safe.
Yeah. You find the one that you discovered last session, and you do not find any others.
Any other cubes of slime or anything?
No more slimes. Rocky's walked into enough traps to point them out to you, so
True.
you don't activate them. The old dead adventurer is still over here in this corner. There's still like a pile of jelly right here.
Yeah.
It's like seeping into the floor. And there's 8 dead rats over here. And one mysterious room.
I think let's try to close it again, like Rocky said, right? And then see what happens outside once again. If
Yep.
nothing, we can go in afterwards.
So I will quickly go in here and turn it or whatever I did last time and jump back out.
There is a button and
Yes.
a hourglass.
Push the button and jump back out real quickly.
All right, you can push the button. This door begins to close, but you can rush back out again as it closes.
And if I'm looking inside, do I see anything change in there?
How far are you willing to go?
I want to be like here-ish, outside the door, just like looking around inside here.
Are you like laying on your belly or something?
Sure.
All right. You can see that nothing in the room changes until the door closes. And now you can't see inside.
Well, I'll tell the boys, all right, let's take a quick look around, see if anything has changed. And if nothing happens within an hour, we're going to go through it and see what was actually on the other side.
All right. Rocky, roll me a perception check.
Jolly good. Jolly good. Perception is... Is it bad? Am I bad at perception? It's all right. All right. Don't feel it. No.
Oh.
Bad.
No. You stand by the door, but nothing really jumps out at you. It just seems to, stay closed.
Does my that dwarfness like help me with the stone and understanding anything around it here? The architectural nature of such things.
Oh, yeah, you do have that. Let me take a look.
Yeah, I forget how that works exactly.
It's a D6, so we'll say that it's... Alright, I know what it is. Roll me a D6.
I got it.
Okay. Sadly, you do not.
What? Is 6 a bad thing?
Uh, it would be like a 1 through however many it is.
Oh, I got the wrong way. No. All
Mm-hmm.
right. It's fine. All right. So we wait an hour if nothing else pops up.
You
The
can,
one-time high is bad.
yes, you can wait an hour. What do you guys do in the meantime? Tell
I would say
stories.
Rocky would probably search the outside and make sure, like, while it's going down. Last time we kind of had to fight some things and do some things, so like, make sure nothing else is changing out here. But after like 30 minutes, and he's sure that nothing has changed really, he's gonna go back over there.
Okay.
Aridane is kind of chilling by the table where we found the unholy water and Kawa stuff as well, like the Ouroboros and whatnot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, your Airdane's by the liturgy, giving a little sermon. All right.
Yep.
And then Theo, what's Theo doing?
Yeah. I would sit quietly in the corner here, just being pretty still, just kind of watching and listening, even if there's not a whole lot of light, trying to grow kind of accustomed to it so I could see like small movements and stuff like that if something does happen. So I mean, if you want me to do a hide in shadows or some sort of thing or move silently, but I'm essentially just sitting in a corner trying to be as quiet and unsuspecting as possible just to listen and grasp everything coming in.
Okay, yeah, sure. You can hide in the shadow created by Rocky's torch. And your eyes don't really adjust to the darkness because you still need light to see. I mean, you do get your range of vision does extend a little bit after getting accustomed down here, but just as much as the torch allows you to see. What is your hide in shadows?
Oh, let me make sure. 65.
Yeah, 65. Okay. As far as you're concerned, you're pretty well hidden. Rocky, probably about a half hour goes by when you suddenly realize you don't know where Theo is.
I'm sure Rocky actually does not care. Because
What the fuck?
Theo's probably just doing his thing, trying to be sneaky or be in the background. And he's pretty confident that nothing really is happening, so he doesn't really care.
Okay. Well, the hour is up. This door in front of Rocky begins to slide upward.
And as that's flying upward, I'm gonna get back down again, see if I can see anything on the inside.
Rocky, I would like for you to make me a perception check.
Here. Don't fail me again. Oh, sick.
Very good. Rocky, you detect from the first time you were in here the accumulation of sand in the hourglass was different compared to what it is now.
Is it less or more?
Not less, not more, just in a different arrangement. Instead of leaning to the left, it's now like leaning to the right.
Okay. Well, I'll tell the boys, like, all right, guys, are you ready to go in? Check it out.
Do you point out the thing about the hourglass? Or does Rocky not really care about that? To point it out.
I think Rocky would care actually. Rocky is very very cautious and he's not trying to have anybody die. So he'll tell you guys that I noticed that the hourglass there, the sand was on the left, but now it's on the right. I'm not sure what it means. Maybe that's the timer that flips, and it flips when it flips.
Sorry, can I do just like a small drawing to understand what you mean by on the left and the right? Is the hourglass like shaped like this, or is it like this sideways?
No, it is.
Right side up.
Yeah, it's right side up. So it's
Okay.
like this.
And
Maybe it's not
then
leaning to the left or right, but it's the accumulation is different.
the accumulation of sand was like on this side, and now it's on this side, right? Got you. So
So is it like, sorry. So I don't quite understand. Okay, it's fine.
It's sand.
yeah, so
And it's different now.
it's different than what it used to be. So Rocky's a little concerned that maybe it brings you there's like multiple rooms it could bring you to, and then that'll be why the sand would be different. But he's not entirely sure. He'll convey that, but like, we gotta check it out anyway. So he's gonna go in and he's gonna ask them if they want to come with, and if they don't want to, he's okay with that. But he feel like it's his duty to check it out.
I mean, I think what the hourglass means is once the sand finishes, the other room closes and this one reopens, right?
Yeah, that's what he's assuming. So I'm assuming.
But this is like a mechanical. Could this be considered like a trap, or not quite? Could like Tio use his thieves' tools to maybe keep the door open, or like check out the mechanisms or whatever?
Looking around this room, you don't really see any actual mechanisms like on the like anywhere visible inside the room.
Mm-hmm.
You see the hourglass in a small little alcove, kind of very snugly fitting in to the wall.
Okay.
And a
Well,
button.
Aridin, at this point, he just thinks the hourglass is just, once it's finished, it reopens the room. And it's slightly different because obviously the sand was going from one side to the other, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if... Hey! Rocky, where is Theo actually?
Theo, are we moving? What's going on? Is he at the door? Or is he still hiding in shadows?
Theo!
You'll feel something tapping on your left leg.
Yeah.
It's fucking rats again, and I kind of give it a kick, just to get it off me.
Hey, watch where you're kicking. That was almost the groin.
Oh, see, sorry, I didn't, really aim for there, but,
Alright, some people call me a rat, too.
Before we push the button, Rocky's gonna tap his spear on all these walls, and just to make sure, like, especially in this alcove, and just see if there's anything in there.
Yeah, this is obviously a big stone door.
Mm-hmm.
The alcove with the hourglass is over here.
Okay.
You tap the walls. Stone.
Nothing. Cool.
Stone
So-
all around.
I'll tell the boys, be careful, and I'll push the button and get ready. To see what
Aridin
happens.
has his weapon ready and
Yeah.
probably draws a bow ready to shoot at anything that moves.
Rocky's spear is like just pointed at this door right now, in case anything comes in at the boys, like this.
Okay. So, who is the one who presses the button?
Hey, Rocky.
Rocky? Okay, Rocky. You press the button.
And we
This-
fall down a hole.
You all die immediately. No. This door begins to close. And few seconds go by. It's halfway. Now it's completely closed. You are inside this room, trapped. The hourglass in the wall starts to click and move out of the wall. It looks like it's connected to some kind of arm contraption, which flips the hourglass over, and it begins to count down. 1 minute. 45 seconds. 30 seconds. 15 seconds.
I make sure I'm still hidden in shadows, or if that took me out of it, I try to find a cove in here to hide, or behind somebody or something.
Yeah. Sure, you can do that. 10 seconds. 9. 8.
Yeah,
7.
knock an arrow. Getting ready.
6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. The hourglass slides back into its alcove, but the doors do not open.
Okay.
Hey, Rocky, give it a kick. The other door.
He'll try to push the door open.
You go up to the door. Which door? This one? The one on the left?
Yeah, that one.
You go over to the door, push it, try to get your fingers underneath it to lift it, but it's too narrow of a space for you to slide your fingers in.
What if I use a dagger and try to pry it up a bit?
Alright, you... do you have a dagger on your character sheet?
I do.
Alright, perfect. Get your dagger in there. The dagger will slide in. And I would like for you to make me a strength check.
All right, that is what I do.
This is his thing.
30.
Nice.
Alrighty. You will jam it underneath and start using it as leverage, pushing upwards. The door doesn't look like it's moving, but your dagger does appear to be bending a little bit. You know that if you give it more force, another push, your dagger has a chance to snap.
It's fine. We'll try anyway.
All right.
Is there any leverage coming? Like, is there any slight change in the wall at all, or the door?
Door doesn't appear to move at all. But I would like for you to make me an item saving throw, and I'm trying to discover what this is.
Why'd you roll a d20 for those?
I believe, yeah, it's a d20, and I think you have to get 7 or below.
Would it be one of his saves?
I don't think it's my.
No, it's an item saving throw. It's in Koibu's little DM screen on Regal Goblins. An 11. I think that's a... Yeah, I think that's a pass, actually, yeah.
Yeah.
7 or below would snap.
Oh, he does it?
Your dagger does not break, but the door remains closed.
Even with a 30, jeez.
Airden is gonna try the other door while Rocky is doing that one.
Okay, what do you use?
First of all, I think he wouldn't try to use force or anything like that. He's gonna try to push it, maybe, put his palms on it and try and use the push it and try and lift it. Just use the force to try to do it that way instead of cramming something underneath it.
Right. So you push, one hand, 2 hands, shoulder, your entire body. Door doesn't move an inch.
Can I check the hourglass again? What's happening with that thing?
Yeah. The hourglass is snugly fit inside of a pretty much perfectly carved area for it.
And where is the button? Can we press the button again?
Button's in the middle of the room. Sitting
Yeah.
there.
Shall I do it, guys?
Nothing else is happening if you want to.
Yes, I'll press the button then.
Alright. You press the button, and immediately this door will begin to open, the one to the south of you.
As soon as it's open fully again, I press the button again.
Alright, you press the button. This door closes.
And while the hourglass, you said it's gonna come out and gonna
It
twist,
comes
right?
out, flips, and starts counting down 1 minute.
Alright, guys, try everything you can in this 1 minute to open this door. Lift it, pull it, whatever.
Yeah, trying it. I'll do another strength check if I have to, but I'm gonna try to push, pull, pry,
I'm helping him as much as I can.
puzzle.
Okay. Your efforts to open this stone, it's practically a wall, are met with nothing. You have about 30 seconds left.
Yeah. I look. So when it opens, what's behind it? Are there different mechanical parts to it that come out the wall? Like, what's exactly coming out the wall here?
It looks like it's just connected to the hourglass itself. The top and bottom of it, the part that doesn't flip, is connected with a metal rod on both the top and bottom, which, they extend, it comes out, the hourglass will be flipped.
Is the hourglass firmly ironed in there, or can I, if I was to take the hourglass, can I do that?
It's connected with the by the metal rods that allow it to move in and out of the alcove.
If you guys have no more ideas, we can try pressing the button one more time while the hourglass is still, turning.
We can wait an hour, or
15 seconds.
we can push the button.
I pressed the button, yeah.
The
There's no time to discuss it.
hourglass will flip. 10, 9. Actually, no, you would actually have 50 seconds.
Yeah.
So it counts down from 50. And
What if I press it while it's out?
It just flipped, essentially what happened, the hourglass, right?
Yes,
it was
it
10
flipped.
seconds left, and then it flipped, and it's 50 seconds left.
And it gets down to 10 seconds left. 10, 9.
I click it again.
The hourglass flips, goes back to, there's 53
50?
seconds.
Yeah.
Keep checking that. I want to examine this stuff really quick.
Yeah. I'll keep the hourglass like constantly going for the time being.
Okay.
If someone
And
can
I
have a look at the
wanna-
door and
Yeah, essentially what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to do a find and remove traps. See if this can apply to any of that.
Okay. What is your find remove traps?
Great, only 25.
Alrighty. You look around, trying to find some sort of trap around the area of this door. You don't find one. Door seems safe.
Okay. Then the next thing I want to do is I want to knock on it and listen. I could do a detect noise or something like that if you like, or perception, where I'm just going to try to knock on certain areas and see if I can find a hollow spot or see if this is all complete actual stone.
Yeah. So I think I think detect noise is for something like this situation. I don't think a perception check would cut it with trying to listen like through walls and stuff like that. What's your detect noise?
40.
All right. You don't hear anything on the other side or in the walls. But you can tell that the stone, at least the stone wall, does seem to be pretty thick.
Got it.
Counts down 10 seconds. Airdane flips it.
Yep. Can you guys inspect the mechanism? Is there any way, like, is there anything that's broken there? Maybe some parts are not connected anymore over the years, whatever.
Sure.
Or like keep an eye on the button.
The hourglass is about, let's say it's, 8 feet off the ground.
Oh, so it's tall as hell.
I
Or
don't think I
high
can
as
look
hell.
at it.
Well,
I'll
the thing
pick,
is...
Stand on the
Theo
shoulders.
up.
Stand on the
Yeah,
shoulders, Theo.
Theo, I'll put him on my shoulders.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
Yes. Alright. Rocky, with your immense strength, you easily pick Theo up and place him on your shoulders. How tall are you? Both of you.
4 5.
4'5"?
From my height, where does it normally get put on here? Does it get normally put on? Don't think it does. I would consider myself an average halfling, so whatever that average height is.
Yeah.
I can.
It does it in inches, so let's just... So it's 32... plus 4, and that's divided by 12. So an average halfling male is 3 feet tall.
Yeah, so I'll say I'm just average on height.
Okay.
Together they reach like 7.5 feet.
Yeah, about 7.5 feet. But I think Theo can like extend his arms above his head, probably to be able to at least touch the hourglass.
Yeah. I look closer to it and I look down. You want me to break it?
I don't think that's a good idea.
Please, no.
The part where it comes out from the wall, right? Is there any mechanisms there? Is there like any gears missing or whatever? Like what's happening there?
Theo, taking a look, from your low angle, all you can really see is, solid stone surrounding where the hourglass fits in. But you do see the top, what is it called? The top bar that extends the hourglass out into the room. That part goes into the wall behind it. The bar seems to be like a little hole cut out for the bar.
Okay. I'll let them know this then, yeah.
Rocky will just say, I think we should just let the timer run out. Let's see what happens during the time. Usually it takes about an hour. Let's see what happens
We
in that
already
hour.
just did that once, right?
Not for an hour.
Yeah, we did.
Did we? Oh, we just pushed the button after we were waiting for like 20 minutes.
Yeah, you
Oh,
push the button,
okay.
the door opened.
Yeah.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Push the button
let's wait a bit
again,
longer.
door closed.
Yeah, we can wait a bit.
Alright. Do you let the... What are you doing with the button? Do you stop pressing it, Aridane?
Yeah.
Alright. Gets down to 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5,
I
4.
try to do the door just as the time runs out as well. Like when it's like 5, 4, 3, I keep pushing, pulling, whatever.
4, 3, 2, 1. The hourglass goes back into its alcove, and once it is firmly inside, both the doors begin to open.
Nice. Alright.
And
And
you
I'll
can
look.
see...
I pull my bow straight away.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Like, yay, celebration! Oh wait, no time to do that.
Just in case.
Yep.
Screw another cube.
Boom. You see a hallway with
Okay.
2 sides.
All right,
Yo.
this time I'm gonna be careful about this one.
Wait,
And I will.
let Theo go first. He can do his
Alright.
sneaky shit. Like, he hid from us, he can hide from whatever is there, right? Right,
True.
Theo?
Theo, you okay going first or no?
Yes, this is what I was meant to do in life. Make sure that I'm the one to be cannon fodder. Yes, let me go.
And I'll be like behind Theo in case something comes up. I can like move up to hit, but like I'll be a little bit behind him.
Yeah, just keep the light off me a little bit. I'll need a little to see, but don't have it right on top of me. It's kind of hard to hide when you have a light on you.
Okay.
Alright, Theo. Your move silently is 65, right?
Correct. 65 and 65 for that and high check.
Alright. Alright, you can move your token where you would like to go.
Okay. I'm gonna start off here. And what am I looking at? Just like a narrow hallway?
A 5-foot hallway, 15 feet across, leading to leading to this side, which is open, and this side, which is open.
Okay. I'm gonna go slow and I'm gonna go and basically try to find a remove trap for each one going down this hall, these 2 squares on this hallway.
Alright, that's 25, 20?
Yep, 25.
25. First square. First 5 by 5 foot area. You don't detect any traps, no false floors, no holes in the wall. No swinging axes or anything like that. Second square looks clear as well.
Okay. I would try to quietly move on to it then.
And the square in front of you seems clear as far as you can tell.
So what I do first is I kind of slowly poke my head out to look down this way, to the left.
Yep, there is enough light kind of reflecting off the walls. You see, it just ends. Same stone walls, fairly flat, kind of brickish, made of gray stone.
Okay. I go up to the other wall and slowly poke my head around that one.
You see a short hallway leading to a door.
Yeah, I see that. I gotta say back.
Alright, I'm not seeing any traps so far, and it seems there's a door one way and a dead end the other. But I can check all the floors as I go up to the next door in case, if you want.
All right.
I think that would be ideal, yeah.
Yeah, feel free to look down the other way and see if maybe I missed something. I'll check these.
So yeah, I'll go 1, 2, 3, 4 as I'm going individually up, checking them.
And when he's moving up, I'll check this with my spear and this with my spear. These two spots.
Which spots were they?
This one,
The two down, essentially.
the
no?
two down, yeah, two down with Theo. Right where Theo's now.
Okay. Yeah, you poke your spear around those areas. Seems, solid stone.
Okay. And I get to this wall. Anything on this wall? Looking. Yeah. Looking around. Do I see anything special about it?
No, not particularly.
Okay. And then I'll just wait for Theo and follow behind him then.
Alright, Theo.
Aridane is gonna use his Elven Eyes to actually look for, like, shortcuts, secret passages, whatever it is.
Yeah, give me
Hidden
a
doors.
D6. And you're actively looking, so that's 2 or less.
Yeah, fail.
Alright. Theo?
Yeah.
You have investigated all of these squares. As far as you're concerned, they're all safe. No traps or tricks here.
Okay. Yeah, I go down, then I come back. Alright, they seem to be good unless they're really well hidden. I guess I could try to listen through the door, see if I can hear anything first, unless you just want to open it and get ready for if there's anything. Up to you guys.
Better safe than sorry, right?
Yeah,
Can you
listen
check
first.
Can you check the
Then
door
I'll
for
go
traps
in.
as well?
Yeah, two.
Do what?
Check the door for traps.
Oh, yeah, I can do that. So yeah, I would check the door for traps, and then I would try to do a detect noise, see if I can try to listen and see if I can hear anything behind the door.
Alright. Door seems clear. And your detect noise is what?
40.
Alright. On the other side of this door, you will hear these noises. And sort of like shuffling.
Okay.
I would come back to them. Alright, yeah, there's something behind that door, it sounds like it's going. There's a lot of shuffling and almost groaning like and stuff. So I'd assume there's some sort of living creature.
All right.
I would have assumed that it was completely the opposite, right? Something not living.
Well, depends what you define as living. Something animate.
Yeah. Yeah, work with me, I guess.
I will go first.
Go ahead,
You guys
Eric.
get ready to throw stuff. I'm gonna stab whatever comes at us.
Did it
And
sound like the shuffling? Did it sound like, how do I say it? Like something was scraping against the stone-like bones, or did it sound fleshy per se? Or is it just like groans?
Uh, it was more like if like a person was walking on like a stone floor, just dragging their feet on like a sidewalk or something.
Okay.
all right,
Maybe it's a passage to somebody else's cellar. You never know.
you never know. Here's hoping. As Rocky,
Eric, do you want me to go ahead or do you want to go first? Or me first?
Well, both of you are short. I can shoot over you, but if you want me to go first, that's fine as well.
true.
You're funny. You guys are funny. How great.
You ready?
I'll pull out my swords instead of a bow this time, and I'll like scooch up right next to Rocky.
All right.
I was about to offer my bow to Tio. I kind of extend it to him, and I see that the bow is like twice his size, and I like shake my head a little bit.
I've got my sling, baby.
Can halflings use bows, or is that like not a thing?
They can use short bows. Long bows, I believe, are size large, so they cannot use them.
That's funny. It would eat him, but all right. Rocky opens the door and readies himself for anything. He's in the guard position.
All right, perfect. You are guarding, and so do you open the door like? Do you step back, or do you just like?
I'll open the door and stay. I'll stand right here just in case.
Okay.
Actually, no, I'll step back. I'll step back after I open it and guard from there.
All right, you can open the door. It is unlocked. Inside, you will see this. There are what appears to be old, decaying, and desiccated walking corpses. Some of them look fairly decomposed, almost practically mummified. But as soon as you open the door, they turn to see you. You also see a dog that
Oh no.
looks similarly decayed. And we don't even have to roll initiative for this. These guys just go last.
Okay. I'm gonna tell them I'm guarding this position. Do what you want to do, but there's zombies or dead, not dead, dead, not dead dudes.
Alright, can I
And-
shoot through Rocky with a bow?
If you're taller than me, I think you can shoot over me.
Anyways, I think it's a good idea that Rocky just holds the line, right?
Yeah.
Perfect. So, you just ready in action to attack, or what are you doing?
I'm in the guard position, so yeah, basically it's like a ready to action. I get to attack people as they approach, and if they, yeah, I get 3 opportunity attacks and 1 regular attack if anybody approaches me.
Oh, perfect. Cool. I'll pull out my bow if I can instead of my swords, or if it's gonna be a full action, I don't know, so... to change my weapons.
I think if you just drop and pull out your bow, it's fine.
Yes, it's an action to sheath, but you can just drop.
Yeah,
for free.
I'll drop my swords. I'll shoot a bow at the only guy I can probably see, right?
Yeah.
Yes, right in front of you.
I will be using sheath arrows. This is short distance, so I have a... Sorry, to hit... Sorry, 1 second. Yes, I only have +1 to hit. There we go. Oh,
I'll do it.
Alright. Let me pull up these guys.
Don't you get like another +1 for elf or no?
that is the +1.
Oh, that's a +1. Okay. Well, aren't you? Oh, you're not. Oh, it's right. You're not level 2 yet. You don't get the. Right.
Yep. I
A,
think if it's... Yep.
a 12 to hit will hit him. You give me sheath arrow damage.
And just out of curiosity, sorry. Would Erede know, are these like zombies, ghouls, whatever these are?
I mean, you don't have like an undead lore proficiency, but you've probably heard that, you know, zombies, ghouls, ghosts, and stuff like that exist.
What I'm trying to get from you is there an idea to like aim for the head, or is this have to be like just shoot it? It's fine.
No, you don't have to aim for the head.
Okay. So 4 damage then.
Alright, you deal 4 damage to the zombie that you... to the zombie that you can see. They're zombies, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright. And so he has... that much. That's -4. Okay. And your arrow flies over Rocky's head, piercing this thing's chest. He gives a groan. Ugh.
Sure.
Rocky tried to communicate with them.
I don't speak dumb.
Well, you fooled
Well,
me.
And we think the same.
And is there anything else happening? Are they moving?
Well, I'm curious for my turn. What sort of minuses do I get with these two being in front of me for the cover I have to throw at this creature?
So, I think with both Aridane and Rocky being in front of you, that might just completely give him like 100% cover.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because you can't even see over Rocky.
Yeah.
I told you get in front of me, man.
Yeah.
Well, for now, I'm just going to move up one spot and put myself kind of like back against there if Aridane wants to move past me.
Okay. You flatten yourself against a wall. And there we go. So that's Aridane, that's Theo. Rocky, you're just continuing to guard.
Continuing to guard.
Alright, I do get another attack, but at the end of the round, I
Yes, absolutely. If they move.
Zombies would go, and then you get your next attack after their turn. So, this zombie, what's their movement? They can definitely move like 15 feet. Yeah. The zombie will approach. He will get this close, and Rocky can
Fear attack. No.
roll me a save versus death.
Get it? I'm fine.
All right, you do not break your spear or anything like that, but it's a terrible, terrible.
That's
miss.
actually a fail. You want low on saving throws, no?
No, you went
Or
high.
do you want
No,
high?
you went high. You went high on saving throws.
Okay, my bad.
So this zombie will get past your spear.
My first attack. Do I get my second attack or no?
So let me take a look at the guard rules. I think that the guard action is you just get to attack first.
Attack
no?
anybody, yeah. The guard action is you get to attack. They don't exactly detail it out, so how you want to rule it here. remember the thing I sent you with Koi Boost thing was like you get your opportunity attacks and then you're ready to attack within 5 feet. But if you want to say you only get the opportunity attack, like the attack when they get into range, that's fine with me too, because that kind of makes sense. But yeah, so it's up to you. The guard action doesn't actually tell you like all that other stuff, but other people online and forums and stuff like that kind of give people the opportunity attacks and the
Didn't
ready to
we
action
have this
attacks.
discussion before?
Yes, we
Sorry, I
have,
think
but we've changed. We had a discussion before this one.
Yeah.
So I think it doesn't mention opportunity attacks at all in the guard rules.
Right.
It just
doesn't.
says
It just
you
says-
get to attack regardless of where you are in
Regardless.
initiative.
and we're limiting it to opportunity attacks because and your regular attack because it'd be crazy if you can just attack every single person who ever enters your range.
Sorry, if I remember correctly, you agreed that you could do like as long as you kill the enemy, you can attack another one, right?
Yeah,
But
that's true.
If you square off with this one, even the guys like moving past you wouldn't attack with opportunity attacks or whatever. Like the extra attacks.
Yeah, that would be like with the old rules, with my custom homebrew rules. But I think we'll do it by like the guard action in combat and tactics, so that you can just get to attack first. If your weapon's longer than theirs, which it is in this instance.
Yeah.
And you get opportunity attacks when somebody either when somebody ignores you or turns their back to you or tries to fist fight you or something like that.
Got you. Okay. So yeah, he comes in.
He will come in and try to sink his teeth into you. With a D20 to hit. That's a 5, baby.
Nope.
His teeth surround your bracer on your arm, but you can quickly kind of like shove him off, and you are free from his grasp. This one will get in behind his friend here.
Mm-hmm.
And then this one will go over here.
Cool.
And Erdane, you get your end of round shot.
Yes, sir. 15 is the hit.
That's
I'm
a
guessing.
hit.
Yes, sir. For 5 more damage.
5 damage. Whoops. Alright, Rocky, you gotta move you really quick.
Good. That's cool.
There you go. 5 damage. Your arrow pierces right into its chest, but there is no heart nor blood.
Yeah. And because Theo is getting out of the way for me to move, would you still allow me to take like a 5-step foot and change positions with him?
Sure.
Yeah, but I would like to change positions with him if that's alright. Can you move up one, Theo?
Oh, yep. I didn't know if I could during this part of the round. Okay, cool.
And then we
we'll
get
say
to go
that you
again, right?
can move like that. Oh yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so, that's all the zombies. That's all they can do. Unless they get another attack. How many attacks do they get? They get 1. Alright, so, next round. Who wants to go first?
8?
Oh, okay.
That's
Does an 8 hit them?
shot will miss. Flies over their shoulders. Lands on the wall.
And were you doing the minuses for a called shot, or were you firing into melee?
Oh yes, because
Are
they
we
are in
doing-
melee now.
I thought we weren't doing like cold shots for melee. Were we?
Oh, we'll be
I
back.
thought you were. I thought you were asking if you needed to do a cold shot to hit their head, but you still need to do a cold shot for firing into melee.
Yeah.
So sorry, I'm confused. I thought last time we weren't doing it, so we are doing cold shots, right?
Yeah, I think we've always been doing cold.
We've always been
shots.
doing call shots for firing into melee, -4, and you don't take the firing to melee rules. He said you don't need to do called shot to shoot the head because we don't either we don't know that or that's not really applicable in this campaign.
Oh,
Yeah. Does that make
okay.
sense?
No, it does. I don't know why I was under the impression we weren't doing like cold shots for firing into melee. We were only doing it on like nat once, I believe. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. That's perfectly fine. Yeah, I guess I'll have to take the -4 next time as well. Then. Yeah, it's fine.
Alrighty. So, that's Eridane's first shot. Theo, Rocky.
You feel
I'll
free
let
to
Theo
go
go
first.
first.
I want you to go first, so I don't have to fire into melee potentially if you kill me.
I need you to go first.
Oh, you can't.
I'm gonna have to drop my spear if you don't.
Okay. Phew. Yeah, I guess, and I want to make sure if I don't do a cold shot, it's like a 50-50 shot. I hit him, right?
Do it. I'm not worried. Do it.
Actually,
Yeah,
I think.
I'm
Oh wait, no, he is a medium creature. It would be 50-50.
hmm
Yeah, so I'm gonna do a cold shot on it. I'm fine with that.
I'll say,
so it's
take
gonna
the
be
shot.
-2.
-4 for cold shot.
Minus. Yeah, then it's -2 for me because of I've got 2 for my attack.
Okay.
So a 9.
That 9 will have your bullet fly
Oh,
into
it's
the
a
room.
dagger.
Oh, let's do the dagger.
Oh, it's a dagger.
Yep.
Mhm.
Okay, the dagger clings onto the ground over here, and you see what seems to be a skeleton just laying on this table. Doesn't look like a normal skeleton, though.
Okay. Well, I'm assuming that because of the location I'm in and where the enemies are, I don't have the space to use my spear effectively. This is a tight corner.
I'll allow you to
So-
take a. All right, you do have you do have Theo behind you.
hmm
You have.
And there's a wall. I can only thrust, but Theo's like right here. Unless you want him, unless we say he can move and I can like thrust back and do it. But that's up to you. I don't know if that's
Well, he
fair.
was just throwing a dagger.
Yeah. So, I will drop my spear, take out my axe and my mace, and I'm going to make a few attacks with both of those.
Ooh, dual wielding.
Dual wielding because I
Which-
can.
Which one are you using? Your mace in your left hand?
Mace in my left, axe in my right.
All right. Well, your main hand attack is at -2, and your offhand attack is at -4. You
Unless
can
he
make
has
both,
high dex.
unless you have high dex, but I don't think you do.
I don't have it. 20 minus, well, not minus, still plus. Plus, the axe would be,
So it'd be plus your strength,
yeah.
and that's
So my
it.
axe is +2. 17. That's a hit.
17's a hit.
That was the axe. If I'm correct. Yep. So take 1d8. 3. Oh,
Alright.
3 plus 3 plus like 3
Yeah.
because of my high strength.
Your axe will cleave into the side of this thing's head, and it will crumple to the ground dead.
And I'm going to walk up to the next one, do another attack, which I think is just a 1d20.
Yep.
Would that be at the end of the round, or does he do it now?
This is
You-
two
this-
hands.
Yeah, you can do it now if you're dual wielding.
Holy crap! You have a +4 to hit. That's crazy.
Yeah, you're not counting specialization, are you?
Nope, this is just regular flat old. This is proficiency with level.
Perfect.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And strength, lots of strength.
Oh yeah, lots. Of, strength definitely helps in this situation.
Yeah,
But a
that's why I got it.
will hit this creature.
So that's
Mace
a
damage.
1d6 plus 4. Watch R.
What kind of mace
Did the
is
music
this?
stop for anybody else?
Hmm?
I think this is what the.
Is it like a footman's mace?
I think it's a footman's mace. Yeah,
Okay.
8 damage.
All right. You will crack this thing right in its side, considerably slowing it down. But it's still up and moving.
Yep.
I think that's your go. Now it's time for the zombies to go.
Mm-hmm.
So, again, this one will attempt to sink its teeth into you, trying to get a nice, big, meaty bite of dwarf. With a 12, I do not believe that hits.
Does not.
You can shove the thing off.
Mm-hmm.
And end of round?
Yep.
You go.
Dagger throw, arrow bows.
-1 to hit. Is that it?
It's me in the back of the
You know what?
head.
That actually crits. No,
That actually crits, yeah.
that's a miss. Flies over into the wall.
Yeah, did you want to do your second throw?
17. Does that crit it?
does. Yeah.
Ooh. I believe, yeah, it does. That's a single crit. Natural 19, yep. 2d4, please.
Yeah. Okay.
Alright, a 3 is enough. You sling the dagger right into the middle of this zombie's forehead, and it slumps to the ground, dead.
All right. That's good. Good job, boys. We're moving in. And
Last. Oh, I know. I think the zombie.
Yeah,
Yep,
that
that's
it?
the round.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's the end of the round, yeah.
And I'm contemplating picking up my stuff or not, but I think I won't, and I'll just walk up to this. Wait, do I see the dog? Did I know about the dog?
It's behind the door. It's behind the wall.
Mhm.
You probably could have seen it move from here
Okay.
to here.
I
So if
hear.
if I know it's here, I'm not gonna take my time to pick up my spear. I'm going to walk in here and walk around it. I'm assuming it's gonna face me as I walk around it,
Yep.
and I'm gonna smack it with my mace again. So that was, or axe first, whatever.
Yeah.
1d20 plus 2.
Alright, this is the new round, right?
Yep. That missed. We're gonna go with the other one, just a regular d20.
Mhm.
7 hit.
Your axe and mace both slam into the ground. This zombie dog is a little bit more agile and spry despite its decomposed bones.
But there's one more dog in here. Come help.
And
And
when
I'm gonna
it
keep
comes
attention on me.
when it comes to this dog doing this stuff, is my move silently and hide shadow stuff still applicable, or do I have to redo that for this current combat the way it's going?
You would have to redo it.
Okay, that is fine. I will attempt to, I think, hide in shadows and move down.
Okay. You have so
65.
hide in shadows is your action, and you can move down.
Yep, I'll move there and see if it turns to look at me as I'm doing it, to try to like slip in shadows, see if it notices.
It will not. Rocky, I assume you like dropped the torch like here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somewhere around it because I had to like after I moved to hit this. After I took out my weapons, I probably had to drop it like around here so I can move in here. So it's probably here-ish.
Okay. All right. Theo, as far as you know, you are hidden in the shadows.
Okay.
Lastly, Aridane.
Yep. I'd like to drop my bow on the floor for the time being. I'll pull out my 2 swords again.
Mm-hmm.
Or pick them up, I guess, from the floor.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'll walk up from behind of this dog and I'll try to poke him probably a new hole in the back.
All right. Give me a roll to hit. I think.
You get a +2 from the back.
Back. Yep.
Yeah. I think. Yeah, you got a +2 from back for a back attack.
Okay. Fuck me.
Your long
It's good,
sword
just don't
swims
kill it.
wide.
And then
Okay,
my
good.
short sword has a -1, but +2 and +1, so just a +2.
Dang it.
Jesus.
Oh my god.
Save versus.
You'll be fine. Just get a high roll.
Paralyzation,
You're good.
poison, death.
Guys, I just want to draw attention to the fact that I rolled a 2, a 3, and a 1 in a row.
Pretty good.
I think you're fine, right?
Oh, he's level 1.
I
Whichever.
fail.
You
Ooh, that's a
fail?
fail for you.
That's a fail, yeah. I think he drops it or something.
Oh yeah, that's
Depends.
a fail.
Well, it depends how bad it is, yeah.
Yeah.
Compared.
So that's not a fail by much. I think wizard. Yeah, wizard is 14.
Oh, okay.
So you essentially miss fairly badly, and your wrist kind of hurts from trying to stab. No damage or anything though.
Okay.
I knew I should have used my buckler. I bought it for a reason, right?
All right. Dog gets his attack.
Dog turn. Let's go. So, this dog will try to attack the one who's currently right in front of his face. Let me pull up this thing really quick.
Uh-oh. This is the
Oh,
most
no.
dangerous one, guys.
Oh
This
no!
is very you might die here, honestly.
Oh, no.
I think. Wait, where is it? Okay, it's not there. Yeah, there it is.
This thing is gonna be like a death dog or some bullshit like
Death dog.
Oh,
That's a
God.
power word kill.
That is a natural 20 plus 1 on Rocky.
Okay.
that. Is that crit you? How much AC do you have?
I have 16. So yeah.
Yeah, that's a crit. How much damage does this thing do?
I think 2d4 or something like that.
No, just 1d. Well, a crit, so it's 2d4.
Cool.
All right, Rocky. This dog will essentially get through your defenses and take a bite out of your leg for 3 points of damage.
It's not the worst.
It rips off a huge chunk of your leg.
Okay.
That's its turn.
Oh, good. Wasn't that bad.
I don't think anybody has end of round attacks or anything like that.
No.
And can I propose to go first in case you guys kill it?
Sure.
Alright. I am going to attempt to do this, and you tell me if I'm not able to do it because stuff failed. Due to my hidden shadows and it not noticing me there, I'm going to attempt to backstab.
Backstab can only be done on humanoid creatures.
Oh, it can.
Yeah.
Ah, you guys killed it. It's fine. Okay then.
let's see. I guess.
Sorry, can I ask you a question though?
Mm-hmm.
If Theo in the future like does I don't know studies about let's say like
And
dogs or whatever, and then eventually we fight like a hellhound or whatever, which is like an oversized dog, could he be able to do like backstabs on those creatures if he like specifically studies for it?
I definitely
like maybe take
consider it.
special
If enough effort and time is put into it, then, probably. But you need like because like the regular anatomy proficiency is the anatomy for like a person.
Yeah,
So I think
there's specific proficiencies you want me to get.
You'd have to get a separate proficiency. Maybe if you have anatomy human, you could get one, like another anatomy proficiency for like half price.
Okay.
Something like that. I don't know. I'll figure it out.
All right.
You
I
want to
guess
do it,
it doesn't matter if I attack first, but I'm just gonna do it anyway.
Cool. You get +2 for back.
Yep.
Oh, I could have added more, so that's 15.
That is a hit. Deal some damage, my friend.
4.
Ooh, very nice. 4 damage on this zombie dog. Your dagger finds purchase. You stab downwards into its hind leg, practically crippling it. But it is still alive and kicking.
Finish it off, boys.
11 and 13.
11. 11 will miss, the 13 will hit.
And this is a short sword, so d6 plus 2, sorry. 6.
Plus 6. I'm like, Jesus.
Yeah,
know, I was about
I'm
to say.
strong, right?
Aridane,
Rocky strength.
you stab right into its behind with your short sword. You get all the way up into its guts, and it will crumple to the ground. It will make a distorted, deathly yelp as it.
Why is it always the wizards that kill the dogs, man?
Well, didn't Klaus kill one? Last one?
I don't remember.
When we were killing the Ransom's boys.
Guys, this is not over yet. I kind
True.
of point towards the skeletons, probably, you know.
I'll look at it. So what's happening over here?
Alright, let me get the description for this room up.
And I'll go in my corner again and just kind of hide there and be vigilant
I will.
so that they can focus on what they're doing.
If nothing is attacking us, I'm gonna put my axe and my mace on my sides and grab my long spear again.
Yeah, you can.
I'll do the same
so.
with my bow.
Long spear is also really fucking long, so you're always having to keep it like a horizontal down here.
Right. Mm-hmm. Like in this room, I have the space for it, but like, yeah, I've been having to finagle things, especially down the hallways.
So, now that you have some extra time, this door to your left appears to be closed. There's a keyhole in it.
Would be a shame if some elven wizard had a key from a secret compartment.
Oh yeah.
So, in this room, that little black square, that is a table, which has a which has a big skeleton on it. The bones are not connected in any way, it just seems to be arranged. But the actual configuration of the bones seems very strange. The skeleton has 2 rib cages, 2 skulls, 4 legs, and 6 arms.
Freak.
There are broken bottles scattered around the floor. And in the corner, This corner, there is a body of a human, probably male. The body is mummified by time, and it's very dry and crusty. His chainmail armor appears to be melted together, like
Ew.
almost fused with the cloth underneath. He has a medium shield, which seems to be very old, and the wood is rotting. Around his neck, there is a holy symbol. But what's more interesting than... Oh, and there's also a backpack. Around him, there is a glass vial, a empty small box, looks like a ration box, and a water skin. But something definitely catches your eye. There is a steel longsword. It is engraved with light blue or teal runes on the blade. The guard is curved slightly upwards. There are aquamarine gems at the end of the guards, both ends. The handle is covered in some dyed yellow cloth, and the pommel is circular with a topaz embedded in it.
So Rocky will pick that up because he's like, "What the freak?"
Before you even reach for it, Aridane is gonna yell, Don't touch it, it might be cursed."
He already touched it. He doesn't care.
Okay.
It's in this
I mean,
hand.
just don't take it by the handle, you know?
Rocky's
Don't touch it,
swinging
might
it
be cursed,
around, throwing it. But the longsword appears to have not been touched by time.
I'll look at Aridane and Theo, be like, we should probably look at this a little bit later. This looks...
Just put it in the bag. I don't want it to be cursed and then you being stuck with this useless sword, if it is.
Don't worry, dwarves don't get cursed. We do the cursing. And, but we don't have a scabbard for it, right?
The body does.
The body does. Okay, so I'll put it back in the scabbard. I'll put it on my backpack, I guess. And be like, that was interesting. And I'll look through his bag and see if there's anything interesting in there.
Yeah, so you look through his little backpack. There is 50 feet of silk rope
Taking that.
and a tinderbox that appears to have been used.
The silk rope, is it in usable condition?
Does silk degrade? I don't... Isn't it a biological product or something?
It is,
Yeah, usually.
Yeah, so it's probably... it's still, like, all together, but it's not very strong. You can pull on it and it'll just start to unravel.
Oh, I will do that. I'm like, I'm sad, and put it back down. And then I'll look at the holy symbol. What do I know this holy symbol?
Let me look it up. Doo-doo-doo. So, this symbol is a crescent moon with a dot in the middle of it, as if the moon was a full circle. You know this to be the symbol, the holy symbol for the god Sporatus, the god of souls.
Is this holy symbol like made any special way, or is it like made of wood or metal?
It is
Something-
made of silver.
Silver. Oh, cool.
Silver holds.
Silver. All right, we'll keep that. Oh, was there? I forget. Was there anything else that was interesting here?
There are some rooms over here. Let me check what else.
And while Rocky's thinking, he's thinking he might just crush the skulls of this stupid thing because it's freaking him out. Like, he's not a scared person, but he is a bit superstitious because he's a dwarf.
I don't think you should defile any graves.
I'm talking about no, the thing that's with 4 legs and 12 arms
I
and 2 heads.
understand. I still don't think you should defile any of the graves.
He's gonna do it anyway, but he's thinking about it.
I would strongly advise against that.
All right. Also, the door right by the zombies.
Mm-hmm.
That door is made of iron.
Iron. Nice.
It looks to have some sort of engraving on it. Looks like some sort of woman who is giving birth to a kind of weird and monstrous humanoid.
Ew. This place is gross.
You haven't been from my home.
What about these 2 rooms here?
Yeah, let's check out these rooms. These
Rocky,
doors.
did you want to crush the skulls or no?
Aridane said not to. He might do when he's ready to go, but he's not going to do it right now.
All right. Rocky, you're opening the door.
Correct.
Boop. Inside this area, there is some items on shelves.
Oh, real quick, how heavy was the sword?
The sword, I think a long sword is 5 pounds. Let me double check.
4. Longsword is 4.
4 pounds.
4.
Okay.
And the holy symbol was what, less than 1 probably, or
No,
something?
holy symbol is 1 pound.
Okay, cool.
And so inside this area seems to be some sort of storage closet. There are jars filled with murky, disgusting body parts. There are some very old bodies in this room that do not appear to move in the slightest when you open the door. And there are 2 vials of purplish liquid sitting on a shelf.
Is it similar to what we found before?
Yeah, it looks fairly similar.
And I'll be like, oh, the unholy water.
If you don't
And
mind,
I'll-
I'll pocket it before you touch it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Just so you know, the priest said that this thing can hurt other good creatures, holy creatures, helpers, like celestials and paladins and priests. So be careful with that.
Okay.
And if that's all that's in there, Rocky's going to go back over here. Because he doesn't like that spot. It's kind of gross.
Mm-hmm.
Can I give
Anything-
a walk around the room to see if I see any like doors outside of the 2 on the left, or like anything along those lines? With my elven bullcrap, he found one before, so he's just looking around.
Yeah.
He's especially looking around the coffin and everything like that.
Yeah. Give me a D6. You do not detect any secret doors or anything like that. And that takes you probably about 10 minutes.
Yeah. That's fine.
All right, Rocky.
So when they're all ready, I want to open this next door. I'll test and see if the handle will open.
That's this door.
Is that that door?
Okay.
And I got my spear ready because I just fought some zombies. I'm like, not again.
Well, you open the door. Zombie! No, it's a desiccated corpse that falls to the ground. But the shelves in this one appear to have been. There's nothing really on these shelves apart from a few jars filled with rotting body parts.
Ugh. And he'll close that door, but like, not in here. And he'll check the next door over here.
Wait, before you open the second door, do you mind if I give a quick look to the dead bodies?
Go for it.
It's very unusual for people to turn to zombies and overall undead without like help from the outside, if that makes sense.
I'm assuming it was this Kakakua people cult. It looks
He's
like
gonna
they've
give
been
you a
doing...
side eye, it's like,
Yeah.
you know. Can I check the bodies if there are like any markings or like anything else that would like link them together or anything? The zombies in particular.
Yeah, so you look over these zombies. Nah, you don't gotta roll a perception check. You look them over, and you don't really find anything. It seems to be, their clothes are extremely old. There's a bunch of holes in their clothes. Their hair is falling out. There's no marks or branding.
And one more thing I would love to have a look at is the dead priest. Do I see like wounds or like bite marks on his like dehydrated body, or was he killed by the whatever fire that melted his armor and whatnot?
Yes, you take a look at him. The body appears to have been severely burned. Its skin is charred. There appears to be one sort of laceration, more like a puncture wound. It looks comparable to something that Rocky would leave with his spear, but it's a little bit bigger.
Okay. And the scorch marks? Is it like only like around the area where the body is covered in armor, or is it like all over the body?
It's all over
like,
the body.
So
The
it's
armor
not
is
like
kind of melted and like fused together. The chain links are. Even his hands are look to have once upon a time been badly burned.
Essentially, what I'm asking, it doesn't look like a heat metal spell, right?
No.
Okay. Yeah, do your thing, Rocky. I think you're muted.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm trying to open this door. Is it open?
You try the handle. It is locked.
I'll look at Eridan like, you got a key, right?
I don't think I told you about a key. No, of course I did. Yeah, I'll pass
I
on the
thought
key
you
to
did.
you.
I'm sorry if you didn't.
No, I did. I absolutely did.
Okay.
I absolutely did. I pass on the key to you. I stand like in the corner here, maybe hiding a little bit between the wall and whatever. And
You
like
probably
launch an
bump
arrow.
into me at some point. I'm like, hey, watch where you're walking.
Okay. I'm gonna
I
open
probably
this.
go like, God damn these rats! Oh, it's you.
I'm going
I'm a
to
street rat.
Rat's a rat.
open. True. I'm gonna open this door and then back up a bit and see if anything comes through. So I'm gonna open it and come here, and then do another guard position in case something comes through.
All right.
Shaw, Stabbington.
You unlock the door with the old I think it's rusty iron key.
Mm-hmm.
It unlocks. You have to push on the iron door considerably. You know, you have to use quite a bit of force to actually open it.
Done. Yeah.
Once it's open, who's holding the torch?
I think at this point we just moved it in here. Because
I reckon it's probably just on the floor in front of the door. Just laying
Okay.
on the floor.
sure.
Okay. And so,
I feel like we would have moved it. I would have probably grabbed it to walk inside here and look in here, and then when we're getting ready to do this, I probably would have like dropped it to say like maybe here.
But the question is, obviously this room is underground. Is there like torch places where we can just secure it in the wall?
Yeah, like sconces or something like that.
there is a sconce like right here.
Okay, I put it. Am I tall enough to put it in the sconce, or I have to ask Eridan?
Hey, Aridane, can you put this in the hole?
All one to me.
Yeah, you can reach up,
Oh, cool.
place it
Good.
in.
Never mind. I want to ask him for anything. Then ask him an elf. All right. Put the sconce in the wall. Open the door. Back up. See what's coming through. I am ready. I am guarding. I am not. I got bit once. I'm sick of this.
Okay. The door is opened. Let's reveal some of this stuff. You see pretty big room. Yeah, why not? Reveal some of this stuff. And you probably can't only really see that. There's a wall
Skeleton.
there. Yes.
Like, boys, skeleton.
Inside.
Don't use your spear. Grab a mace.
You do see a skeleton. It is not surprised at all. In fact, it's
Does it see
incapable.
me?
of being
Yeah, right. I think they
surprised.
are. Mm-hmm.
And so, let's roll initiative.
Oh dear.
And so I think we're gonna do group initiative this time.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah, Rocky, feel
So
free to
just
roll
flat-
first.
Yep.
No.
So just flat D10 or?
Yeah,
Flat
flat
D10. Alright, I'll roll and roll 20. Alright. These Skeleboys will go first.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Are
there's
they ready with their
boys.
shots and stuff?
Do we get ready to tax or not?
Because I was thinking you guys were ready. We were like all ready for like something to come through.
Yeah, you guys probably are ready to tax.
Okay.
Skeleton. So,
That's because they have scale armor. They're skeletons.
Hey, Pumpkin.
This one, seeing the light, will start to approach. Yeah,
All right. Up. First attack.
you guys can see it. You guys can hit it.
18.
18 is a hit.
Spear damage. 7 damage.
All right, let's see what goes on with these skeletons. Do, 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 do.
Resistant to piercing slashing, right?
Yep.
Yes, half damage on that, rounded down.
So 3 points of damage.
Mm-hmm.
Which is actually enough to drop this thing to the ground.
Yeah.
It scatters in a pile of bones. Its short sword falling. It's done.
Nice.
Finished.
Another one. We'll get over here. This one has a bow and arrow.
Can I shoot
Uh,
my bow at him?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you
ready
can go
to-
first. You take it.
Yeah,
You have a readied shot.
I believe so.
Mm-hmm.
Roll to hit.
What the hell,
Oh
man?
my god, you're so bad.
Shut up.
Your arrow flies into the darkness, never to be seen again.
I'm trying to distract them, guys. Don't worry. I got
I'll
them.
give him one of my shots then. Let's see if I can get better than a 3. 16.
16's a hit.
Now the sling or the
Sling.
Sling is probably better in this situation.
D4 plus 1.
I mean, it is bludgeoning, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
it's bludgeoning, so
It's
it's doing
a
double.
flat rock.
3.
That's 3 points of damage to this skeleton.
Are you doing
won't
the
take
double
double
for
damage?
skeleton? Yeah.
No, they just take full damage from bludgeoning.
Okay.
Oh,
Normal damage from bludgeoning.
guys, they're special skeletons.
No,
I have 2 e-skeletons.
Oh, is that not the? I thought that was always the rule.
No, they just take full damage from bludgeoning, half from piercing slashing.
Gotcha.
All right, and it will return fire. They can see him. They can see Theo.
I am half hidden.
Eh. You had to poke your head out of the doorway to get a shot with your longbow. He'll go for
Yeah.
Theo. He's the one who actually hit him. So
Bring it on.
that is a 3 with a short bow. I don't think that hits.
Ooh, it's close, but nope.
It's close. It'll fly over and hit the wall next. We have another skeleton. This one comes in.
Another attack.
I don't know. I don't know if you do get another attack.
You only get one in a ready thing like that.
No, the guard position.
Does the guard position allow any creature that comes in there, no matter how many times?
Rules is written. Yeah, it's like every creature. I thought we said we were gonna do the one. That's what I thought we said we were gonna do the one with tied to opportunity attacks, so it doesn't get crazy and just keep going for it forever. But it's up to you in that regard.
Yeah, I think that it is just by guarding, you just get to attack first, and you're
Yeah, it says anyone that attacks that comes into your range.
Sorry, so how would that be different from just readying a single attack?
It's the guard says any attacker. Let's see. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Wait, is that how that
When a
works?
character guards, she waits for her opponents to come to her. Guarding's half move action or no move action. Strikes the moment an attacker moves into the guarding character's threatening squares, regardless of initiative and action phase.
Right.
Which
So
is
it's not even
weird
tied
combat
to.
tactics. The only way an enemy can attack a guarding character first is with a longer range weapon.
Right.
If a guarding character is attacked by a charging character, ones who want initiative attack
do
first.
Double.
If they both have the same weapon, larger weapon strikes first. You're set for charged, and you deal double damage against charging creatures. No,
That's why I thought when I sent you the video, I thought it explained it. I don't know if it does, but the way Koibu does it, and you don't have to do it that way, but I'm just saying, the way Koibu does it, it's like it's just tied to opportunity attacks if you're guarding with a long reach weapon because you have such long reach. And you can attack as many times as your opportunity attacks plus your regular attack.
right. I think we'll keep opportunity attacks like if something turns its back to you, or like ignores you in some way. So we'll just say that you get. But with guarding, you can attack first if you have a longer range weapon and all that still.
Okay, cool.
All right. Okay, so this skeleton, that one's dead. Move that away. It will come in the room. Getting past Rocky's defenses. And try to hit you, Rocky. What the fuck? I got another natural 20 plus 1.
Oh no,
Oh my god.
that's bad.
Okay, no. Okay, I'm gonna use a different dice from now on. But you will take 2d6 damage.
Yikes.
I could. Well, I can't die.
You
No,
can't
I
die
could
outright.
die.
Oh, you will take 12 points of damage.
We
Oh
don't.
my god.
And he goes down, boys.
Rocky's down.
Oh shit. Okay.
How many negative are you?
Pretty bad, dude. -5.
We got 5 rounds, alright.
Alright. And so,
And us with the Klaus.
what's the movement
Or
of
could you move
skeletons?
that skeleton out of the way?
Ooh. Yeah, we'll get these guys out the way.
Thanks.
And you will see more kind of start
no.
to come in.
Okay.
I think with my dying breath, I like, there's too many. Close the door.
If that would
Airday, would
only
you
help.
feel free going first?
I think Airden is just gonna let loose 2 arrows and get ready for the worst. So he's gonna shoot at the first
Oh
one.
wait. I have a question. If I was ready to attack from the round before, and it didn't become our turn yet, would I still get my attack? This round.
Yeah, if you were readied before and you don't change your action, you would still. Wait, can you run that by me again once more?
So I was guarding from the round prior to, and then we rolled initiative, and then I got my, I guess, guard attack from that round before. I'm wondering, does that count for the guard action that was going? Well, the attack action was going to do this round because I didn't actually get to make my attack this round.
Doesn't
So-
the guard action?
Yeah,
just
the guard
count,
action just
no
allows
matter?
you to make your like regular attack first before anything else, as long as it gets you into your range.
Okay.
Which, yeah. All right,
14?
Dane.
There's a good one.
Which one
Is
are
that
you
a
trying to hit? This one?
No, I'm trying to hit the one that's like literally next to Tio.
Oh yeah, that's right. There is one right here. Yeah. Give me a D8, I think.
Yeah, D8 plus 1. Fuck yeah.
All right, and
Can
so
I-
that's halved,
Yep.
which you actually do a considerable amount of damage to it. You basically take off its jaw, but it's
Essentially,
still.
it is. Sorry, essentially it is the end of the round. Can I just shoot my second arrow at him, please?
Why not? Sure.
16.
That's a hit.
Come on, man.
Just don't do a 1.
Fuck yeah.
Oh my
One
god.
damage again.
All right, that
Might as well
will
be a one.
dispatch with the thing. Theo, what do you want to do?
I run to the door and try to close it and lock it.
Okay. You run up to the door, begin closing said door. And you do so. Door is closed. On the other side, you will hear banging on the wall. On the door. On the iron door.
Okay.
We run to stabilize Rocky straight away.
All right, Rocky.
can
You
roll a
went down
D10.
this round, so you're
Mhm.
still at -5.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
Are
right.
you gonna make the first attempt or me?
Yay.
Intelligence check.
did it.
Yep. Aridane, you can stabilize Rocky so that he's not actually dying anymore.
Yeah. Theo, do you think we should?
Skedaddle.
I'm assuming we're safe. We are gonna skedaddle, but do you reckon we should take him to a healer, pay money to get him brought back like faster, or just wait it out?
How much do you think that costs?
How much would that cost to like get a healer or an herbalist to help us out?
So I think, Rocky, how much do you spend to have like just a healer look at you with herbalism?
I didn't. I'm not sure. It didn't. Oh, it was 1 gold at the what's it called?
Temple,
At
yeah.
the temple. Yeah. So
So one
I was-
gold for non-magical healing with an
Yeah.
herbalism and
Oh, why are we doing that? We could just go back and get Klaus to do it.
I'm saying Klaus is out of this
Yeah.
situation.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think Aridane is gonna take the heavy side. He's gonna take his shoulders and his head, and he's gonna say, "Well, grab the boots."
And I'm gonna pull out the key as well and say, here, hold on to this. Don't want
Yeah.
anybody accidentally getting in there.
I tie it around my neck or something.
All right. Do you lock the door or no?
Yes.
Yeah, I go to lock it.
Okay. Door is locked.
I start dragging Rocky, I guess, with the help of Theo out.
He is very heavy, but you can drag him out.
I'm a pretty
The question
strong
is,
boy.
how
I
are we
have
gonna
some-
get him up the ladder?
It's a 15-foot
ropes.
ladder.
It's with ropes, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna tie a rope around probably his legs or something and just pull him up. I have 16 strength. It shouldn't be a problem if I'm not wearing my,
Oh, you should be able
my
to.
stuff
Yeah.
on me.
I'll get up at the top and I'll help you as well with my future
Like you just
strength.
take this stuff separately and bring me up over time, and yeah.
Not to cause suspicion, we don't show Rocky like, in the middle of the tavern. Hey, he's down, help us!
Give me actually, Aridane, just give me an intelligence check to see how well you can, tie around Rocky, pull him up without.
Pretty good.
I tied the rope around his neck, if I roll a natural one, right?
Just to make sure that you don't make a mistake and accidentally drop him or something.
Yeah, 28.
You pull him up, no problem. He's heavy though.
Yeah, I know. He's a fat bastard. A healthy one. I kinda get Drobbit, or whatever his name is, to have a look. I try to stay quiet, as not to arouse suspicion in the tavern itself. How do we get him to a room without causing suspicion?
Well, a lot of the time people get really drunk. I think around this time it is getting fairly late.
I'd also probably try to distract a bunch of people as well. Well, he attempts to do the carrying most of it because I can't really do anything.
Sure. Go make some bets with cards. Lose some money on purpose or something. Win some money on purpose if you want.
No. I accidentally win money.
Exactly, yeah. And while that happens, me and Drobbert kinda pull him upstairs,
Some people do look your way. One person comes up, is like, "What are you doing with him?" Drob was like, "Oh, this patron just had a little bit too much to drink. You know how it is. We're just carrying him to his room."
The bloody dwarves are heavy. You wanna help us, boy?
Sure, yeah.
Oh,
Always
fuck,
happy
I
to
was
help
hoping
a
he's gonna say no.
fellow patron.
I was hoping he's
And
gonna say
it's
no.
it's a little bit weird with the three of you carrying up one dwarf
One heavy dwarf.
up some stairs.
Probably drop him once or twice. The
yeah.
head bonks
Yeah,
the
yeah.
stairs.
You accidentally concuss Rocky, but it's fine.
Quote unquote accidentally.
Theo. You doing anything?
I guess what do you mean by doing some? Like after he gets up to his room?
Yeah.
Or like,
Grab
were
me
you
a healer
helping
or-
with him, or
or-
were you trying to make a distraction or something?
I will probably. What would I do in this situation? I'm not sure how I know how to help him. I don't. I don't think I have any connections on how to on people to help him and stuff. That's not usually my thing.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
Alright.
I'd probably sit around and be like, "All right, well, we'll have to find somebody, but what do we find down there?
Sorry, say that again.
What did we find down there? Anything I need to make sure gets looked on while he's healing?"
Well, we did find that magical sword, but I don't know how you would go around identifying it, because the last time I brought something magical from there, the priest just took it away. If they're gonna, and the person was clearly a cleric, right, that had a sword. If you bring
No,
it to
we have a
identify.
friend who wouldn't take from us.
Sure. Sorry, out of character, right? Identified. It does need like 100 GP value pearl. Does it get consumed in the ritual or
It
no?
does get
And
consumed.
second edition, it absolutely does.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely consumed.
5e is
So-
different. They can use it forever. 2e,
Yeah.
no.
That's why I'm gonna relay the information to you. If we want it identified, it's gonna be 100 gold pieces plus probably another 50 for the spellcaster.
Well, if we want it off her hands, I could at least look at it, see how much it'd be worth, assuming it's not magic.
Sure.
Detect
You can
magic to
buy-
make sure first, but we kind of know
Yeah,
it.
you can try and evaluate it. Is there any way without identification to know if it's cursed or not?
I think priests have a spell that's like detect curse, maybe. Perhaps you could also use it. You could also get a like random peasant to swing it at you, so the curse sticks if it is cursed.
Yeah, can you call Nick? Ask him to swing the sword around a little bit. Maybe at you or me. You know? Just to see if it's cursed or not.
We want to use him to see if a weapon's cursed.
I mean, who else you gonna ask? If somebody finds out you have a magical sword, all of a sudden it goes missing at night, right?
I mean, are we telling him that we think it's cursed?
No. We said, hey, look, we're gonna get you a drink, and we're all drunk, and you're like, hey, look, this is a magical sword. Ever wield one of these before? You wanna give it a swing?
I guess so. I can. I'll bring it to him when we talk tonight about what's been going on.
Sure. In the meantime, do you wanna go in one of the smaller temples, maybe grab a healer, herbalist, pay him some money to, take care of Rocky overnight, like a couple of nights? I'll give you the money.
I'll ask the barkeep if he knows a good reputable place that wouldn't maybe ask questions. Yeah, I would head out to go see the barkeep or the
Okay.
owner.
Rocky's, safe in bed. You go downstairs and see the barkeep. He's a little busy. But he sees you approach. Hello, little master. What can I do for you? Sorry about your friend there. What? And he kind of like will pull you off to the side. Like actually behind into his like kitchen area. What happened down there? Is he gonna be okay?
Oh yeah, he'll be okay. He just needs some time to heal. Yeah, we found some things down there. I don't know if you want to even know, but they're contained for now. But we'll be going back down as soon as he's healthy and finishing them off.
Jesus, what? What was it?
I look him with a stern face. Do you really want to know?
He thinks. Yeah, I think I do. I mean, if you say they're contained, they can't come up here.
They're behind a big iron door that we had a key to and locked it. So unless they have a way of figuring out how to get out from the inside, which we don't even know is possible, they should have gotten out earlier. I guess.
So, okay. Sure, okay. Well, I guess we're safe for now.
We'll go back down there and check just to make sure they haven't opened and make sure stuff's contained. But yeah, essentially there's some interesting stuff down there. But we were wondering if you knew of a reputable healer of sorts that might be able to help quicken his recovery that won't ask too many questions.
He thinks for a moment. Yeah, I think that there's a small temple dedicated to. Who is it dedicated to? Dedicated to Froma, the god of beauty. It's an all-female sort of temple, very small. They typically don't ask too many questions. You know, there are other priests of Froma are usually, you know, kind of airheads. Yeah.
I've noticed that.
Yeah. They're he tells you where they're located. They're like outside of the city walls in the shanty town. Yeah. Crazy. What did you say did this to Rocky again?
Oh, yeah, they were some sort of walking bones and some with walking flesh.
Jesus.
They happen to go and yeah.
Sounds utterly terrifying.
Yeah. But it's less terrifying, I guess, if you get knocked out because you can't see the horror in front of you. But don't worry, they're contained. We'll go down and check just to make sure that everything is a-okay down there. And then we'll go seek out the healer.
Also,
And if there seems to be any issue, we'll let you know. We don't want you or any of your customers here to get hurt.
perfect. That's all I ask. I just, you know, I need to get this place off the ground first. So,
I'm curious, how'd you come across a place like this? The stuff down there is interesting. It's unlucky of you to happen to pick this one.
what do you mean, like who I bought it from?
Yeah, I mean, they gave you a really unlucky place.
Yeah, I guess it was a noble. They owned the land. Pretty, you know.
It's the noble of the area, that makes sense.
Yeah. He will give you the name of the noble family. I just have to find it really quick.
Ironhorn sounds.
Ironhorn was another one.
Yep, that was in our area that we were looking to buy some.
Yeah, Ironhorn is the guy who can sell us a guild or give us a guild or works.
Yeah.
Helps us establish.
Or told you about a guild, how you would do a guild. Go about it. He purchased I purchased this land from the Whitwood family. You know, they're in the forestry industry, lumber.
Yes, of course. Well, don't worry. We'll get this all cleared out. And maybe afterwards, you could always try to negotiate maybe a price with them about the horrors they put you through.
Yeah, honestly, I'd rather not, because if they knew about it and they sold it to me, then, might as well not mention it, because it's, it's essentially a free underground space. But if they don't know about it, and they find out about it, they'll tax me for it if it's cleared.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Good thinking. But alright, thank you, sir. We will see you later. Enjoy the rest of your night, and don't worry about any issues. If there's any issues, we'll make sure to come to you immediately.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. I honestly had no idea that it was that place was this perilous.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Nobody would put an establishment in here if they think potentially there could be some that could kill.
All right, well, yeah. Good luck finding those priests of Froma.
Yes, thank you. And I will go, walking up to the room and find Aridane. I assume you're up there?
Probably, yeah. Just inspecting the 3 more vials of unholy water we got. If it's the same thing or not, essentially.
I rub my hands together, clap them. All right, I got a name for a place that should be pretty discreet on helping to heal, but also we should probably go back down and just make sure that they're all contained and they don't have a way of getting out from the inside.
I mean, just lock the cellar door, right? The trap door. Worst case
guess we could do
scenario. Yeah. Sorry, you were saying?
Oh, that's fine. We could do that, and then we can go find a small temple. Apparently, it's all ladies. Yeah, we can go find it.
Sure. I don't know how I feel about temples. Is there like a witch or something you can get, maybe?
Uh,
Like a
well, I'm
local
not good
healer?
at navigating in the swamp or the woods. Are there
That's not what
witches
I
in
mean.
cities?
That's not what I mean, right? If you have a woman that's healing people, everyone's like, oh, she's a witch, she's using herbs.
Oh, is that how that works? Oh. I just thought they're crazy cat ladies, but okay.
I don't know. Okay, let's go to the temple. Let's not push. Let's
Yeah.
not push our luck with Rocky here.
All right, yeah, we go to find the temple.
Both of you?
Yeah.
All right. You
Eva
set
boy.
out. You go into the shantytown, finding a small, well, it's actually more like a medium-sized building. Looks to have a large butterfly painted on the side of it. Multicolored, quite arts and craftsy, not like super beautiful or anything like that, or well painted, but it's there. It adds some color. And inside, you can see there are some windows around the building. There's light on the inside. and there's a door.
Well, since you have bad experiences with these type people, do you want me to be the one to do it?
Please.
All right. I go up to the door. Rat tat 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 tat.
Come in!
Exactly.
Alright.
Did you hear them? They're a little, seems they're a little joyous. Yeah, I push open the door and say, "Thank you."
Alright. You are met with a scene of a bunch of probably about more like 6 priests who are braiding each other's long hair. And there's one fairly old woman at the back of the braid train who stands up and introduces herself. Hello. What can we do for you on this fine evening?
Well, first off, sorry to impose on your exquisite work that you were doing. It looks beautiful, by the way.
Oh, thank you. We pride ourselves in this sort of beauty.
Well, it's working well for you. I think it's amazing. But I guess speaking of which, we actually were seeking out some people that have very good skills of maybe helping a friend who's hurt.
Oh, yes.
And we have had issues with other churches just being kind of rude and not the nicest people in the world. So we were trying to seek out people that were a little more nice
Oh, dear.
and friendly.
Yes. The larger temples typically do have a bit of a superiority complex, but not us. Does your friend require magical assistance?
I look back and go, oh, and this is my friend as well. He could probably answer that question better. He probably understands the injuries a little more.
She
Well-
turns to you.
And she sees my, brown, like, flowing hair all the way all to my butt. Probably surprised a little bit. And I'll say, well, I don't think we can afford magical healing. He's gravely wounded. But he will live. He will live.
Oh, that's good. How did he get hurt?
We got in a fight outside the city. It was some goblins. They shot an arrow at him. They swung a sword at him. It's battle wounds.
Oh, dear. Very well. She turns back to the younger priest. She says, "Girls, entertain yourselves for a bit. I'll be back." And she will exit the building. Please, lead me to your friend.
Yeah, we'll take him to the tavern.
All right. You guys
And
get
the whole
back.
time I kind of chatter up. We don't have to go over it, but I kind of chatter up trying to build rapport and niceness.
Yeah. She welcomes your niceties and whatnot. But she is looking for, some more information, like how was he hurt, where was he hit, what kind of weapon dealt the blow.
Sure, so he has a wound that was caused by one of the dogs that the goblins had. So he has quite a hefty bite mark. And the second serious wound was he was struck with a short sword, I believe, to his gut.
Oh dear. Well, certainly nothing I can't fix. And you guys arrive back in Venitum's alehouse. She goes upstairs and gets to work on Rocky. she, before she left the temple, she grabbed like a little backpack, and in that backpack she has some herbs and a like medical kit. She will clean up Rocky's wounds, rub some herbs into them, chewing an herb up and pushing it into his leg that has a bite mark in it. He will heal slowly, but I believe he'll be okay. It's a good thing I came here.
Indeed.
Now that I have treated your friend, I will stay with him throughout the night, but I do require some payment. I require 8 silver coins for my service.
I think
course.
Ardane is just gonna give a gold piece. Say thank you.
Thank you, generous elf.
You seem to be the only nice cleric or priest in this city so far.
She'll giggle at that. Oh ho ho ho. There are plenty of good priests and clerics around here. Some of them just, maybe some clerics do take their devotion maybe a little bit too seriously, if you know what I mean.
We know Theo, right? Right?
Yeah.
Alright.
Whatever you say, buddy, you're always right.
What the hell? That's the new one.
Alright.
Say, are we able to, hire your services for a couple of days to make sure he fully recovers eventually?
You may, yes. I can stay with him as long as you need.
Would it be possible for us, like speaking out of character, then to have some downtime then to let like Rocky properly heal up, probably until full, and how much money that would cost and like how many days that would be
Yeah.
and whatnot?
So, Rocky, how much HP do you have in total?
I have 16 HP total. I am currently at minus, I want to say 5.
-5.
Yeah.
It's at 5, yeah.
So,
Alright, so each day
7 days total.
he will heal. Yeah.
3, yeah, 7. Yeah.
Okay.
You guys didn't get hit, did you?
Nope.
Nope.
Yep. Sorry.
It's alright, you got crit twice. There's nothing we can. If I
Yeah.
got crit twice, I would be dead. So
True.
if I took that
That's
12
about
damage,
12.
I would be dead.
Yeah. Good God. All right, but okay, we can do that.
Yep, so you guys have a week. And how's everybody for time?
I'm okay for a bit.
I got like 15.
Alright.
In the 1 week of downtime, would we be able to get any information from Nick, and would we be able to essentially identify the sword without identifying it?
In this time, you could have casted Detect Magic. So you're level 1.
Yep.
I think you roll a d10 to get the type of magic, and you have a 10% chance. But you get that the magic, I believe it would be faint.
Okay. Yep. No, I fail. Nearly, but nearly.
Almost.
So it is magical indeed, and it's faint magical hue, right?
It is magic, and it is faint. Either faint or dim.
Yeah. So if we see that somebody swings it around, nothing really bad happens, etc., I feel like Aridane would be a bit more comfortable holding the sword as well. Or maybe Tio, I don't know.
Who do you want to have swing the sword around? Nietzsche?
Can we get Nick or Nietzsche or his friend to do it first?
Yeah,
Maybe
what
when he's
was
giving
his
the
friend's name? I don't think I ever had that
Howry.
written down. Howry.
maybe when they give the information to Theo, he can be like, "Hey guys, look what we got! If you stay with us, maybe eventually you get one of these too. Want to swing it around?"
So I will discern what type of information you get from Nietzsche and Hillary next session, but you can have. Do you want Hillary or Nietzsche to hold and swing the sword around?
Whichever one is proficient with swords.
Neither are. One's proficient with axes, like hand axes, and one, I believe, is just like daggers. Or maybe it was the rapier. I think he has a
Maybe we should have somebody else do it.
Okay, that's fine. Who do you want to do it?
Maybe we can ask a guard about it, saying, "Hey, we found this really nice weapon. We're curious from a person who knows fine long swords. If you can feel by swinging this if it has a good weight to it and balance."
I'll be honest with you, right? Last time I tried to go to a guard or a priest in regards to identifying a magical item, they just took it and said that, oh, it's dangerous, you shouldn't have it. So
Well,
I'm
we don't tell
100%.
them it's magical. We just say
And
we
look
found
at
a
this
good sword.
sword! Look at this sword! It's full of like gems and quartz and stuff like that. And straight away we take the sword and we say we found it, and they're gonna be like, oh, we have to hold it for a while, see if it belonged to anyone. And then they're gonna find like records. Oh, it belonged to a noble. It's gone missing 200 years ago, so it belongs to these nobles. We're never gonna see it again. That is what I'm afraid of.
Well, maybe you're right. We should probably have just one of them do the sword in case. So maybe we'll tell them, hey, we have a fun game. Let's play a game of cards. Whoever wins gets to have fun swinging around this really cool magical sword. The other ones aren't allowed to.
And so this is Nietzsche and Hillary are proposing this too?
Yes.
Yeah, we could do with a bit of a card game, you know. Winner gets to swing around the fancy sword.
The others get punished by not being allowed to.
Not much of a punishment, but alright. Sure.
Whoever wins that's gonna see how cool it is, though, and the other ones are gonna be jealous.
Yeah, I want to swing the sword, yeah. That's what Hillary says. So Nietzsche and Hillary will sit down at a table.
And I seem like I'm playing with them, so I'm gonna attempt to try to lose on purpose.
Okay. What game you playing?
Blackjack.
Go
Why
fish?
don't you, I'm used to playing poker.
Then poker it is. Yeah, poker. Let's play poker. Strip poker. No, that's weird.
You're a silly guy. Here, I'll give us each, 10 copper each. It's not really about the money, it's more about placeholders for stuff.
Alright. Actually, it's been... How long has it been? It's been like 7 days, right?
Yeah. We don't know how far on this is going. It's probably in the middle of the week at some point.
Alright. So... Yeah. Theo, you can... If you're playing poker, I think it's pretty easy to intentionally lose in poker.
Yeah, I'll try to lose and just be like, and then they're heads up against each other.
So now it's just Nietzsche and Hillary. Why doesn't... Who wants to roll for Nietzsche? Who wants to roll for Hillary?
Rocky should do one of them because he's just sitting here. Can't do anything.
For Nietzsche.
D20. Whoever gets highest wins.
Not Nietzsche.
Not Nietzsche.
You want to do it, Airden? Oh my
Fuck it
god. You guys have horrible rolls.
Don't underestimate me, man.
Okay.
Reroll.
Hillary was cheating, so he wins. He was cheating. He gets the sword. He swings it around, swings it at a tree, swings it at passerbys.
Oh no.
Not like in like a playful way.
Yeah.
Except
yeah,
it's a
playfully
sword.
threaten your life.
So, you know. But yeah,
Like the
he
guy you give a
seems
gun
like
to that starts shooting it at people and aiming it at people.
seems like he's having a pretty fun time with this sword.
Well, how would you feel?
Feel great. Feel like I can, kill somebody. He says that very loudly.
Maybe you should put it down then.
I want to keep swinging it. And he swings it for another, like, minute. And he'll be like, alright, I'm done. And I'll hand it back to Theo.
And I make sure that he puts back in the scabbard before he hands it to me.
Yeah, sure. He puts it in the scabbard, hands it to you. It doesn't, like, teleport to him or anything.
That was a fun game, guys. And hey, you won, so you know what? Here's the 30 copper. You can have that.
Yeah! Fuck yeah! Looks like the
Lucky
next
guy.
round's on me, boys.
Yeah, we drink the night away.
And I keep a close eye on him to see if anything changes with him. What about you, Aaron? Do you keep a close eye on him too?
I think I would be
Maybe it
happy
has an
if he
effect.
died.
Yeah, maybe it has
Uh,
some side effect. I don't know how curses work.
Probably Aridane. I don't know how much you would let Aridane know about cursed items. He does have like arcanology and stuff.
Yeah.
So
Let's look
You
up
would think that-
arcanology.
I don't know. Aridane probably thinks like a cursed item. If it's a cursed item and you strike an enemy afterwards, you're never able to let go of the sword or something, you know. Or maybe it's made so it's like more difficult to hit an enemy. But usually what cursed means is you're not able to let go of the item.
Yeah.
Like, unequipped.
Or it always is in your, like, main hand whenever you try to, attack someone.
Yeah. I will bring it up to maybe the guy. Sorry, I forget his name. Like, sorry, yeah. What's your name again?
Helry, I think?
Yeah, Harry. I'm sorry about what happened between me and you last time. I didn't want to like, split you in half. It just, happened. You want to take revenge? You want to do a dummy spar? See if you win this time. Just with the back of the blades, not real damage.
Hell yeah. I'll swing at you. Have at
Yeah.
thee, knave.
Yeah, I'll let him take one swing with the back of his blade just to see if anything happens.
Alright, and he's going to try to do non-lethal damage with this.
Is he, or is he the type of guy that would just go for it anyway?
Now we're paying him. He's not doing that shit. I hope.
He gets a 13.
It's a miss.
That's the roll of the die.
But he doesn't get like a sword appear in his hands. He's getting like a.
Or
Axe.
what's your AC, Erdane?
My AC is 17.
Alright, no, that will not hit. But he actually swings it.
Yeah, that's fine. But like a sword doesn't appear in his hand. He's using an axe, right?
Alright, wasn't he
this is
using the sword?
After he was swinging the sword, like we were having a couple of drinks, we get tipsy, and I'm like, you know what? Take a swing if you want with your axe or whatever,
Oh, okay, yeah, no.
just to see if the sword teleports in his hand.
Nope, sword does not teleport. He just takes a swing at you with his axe.
Yeah. Okay. Well, y'all, you missed.
Now take a shot at me.
I don't think that's a good idea.
No, come on, do it. I took
I'll
one at you,
cast
you
the
can do it at me.
Just punch him. Punch him.
Sure. You know what? I will take a swing with my sword, doing non-lethal damage.
Okay.
I'm hoping for that nat one.
Are
or
your
two.
twos gonna come up again? We'll see.
If you're rolling that one, okay. That will hit him. You will, use the flat of your blade and just, like, crack it into his shoulder.
Isn't that like a -4 too, though, right?
Oh, yeah, I think it is, actually.
Mm-hmm.
It's a what?
Yeah, to
To
not...
do non-lethal, you have to do -4.
Yeah, because I think it's also considered like a cold shot.
Sure. Yeah,
So
9. It's a miss.
yeah, it's a miss.
Well, you got better at it.
Yeah, did you see the way I dodged?
Yeah, I know, right?
Hell yeah. I'm so good.
I'll shake his hand, buy him another pint of the cheapest bullshit ale that they sell.
That's what he likes.
Yeah.
Alright. And yeah.
The rest
I
of
know
the
I
week,
got about 5 minutes, so if you guys want to finish stuff, you can. And I'll go later, or I can say a little longer.
oh, we can finish now. It's fine.
Yeah. Let's
Right.
do some XP then.
Ooh, we did some stuff. We maybe found a cursed item. Who knows? Maybe we got lucky. It's not cursed.
Yeah, maybe it's a +1 sword. Who knows? Maybe
Yeah.
+5. That would be the dream.
That only one of us can wield. Might
Yeah,
sell it for a lot of money.
probably would be the best idea. Yeah.
I mean, it might be good to have a +1 if because you and Klaus can use it.
Yeah.
And if we find
mean, we
something
could
that
hit
don't be hit by magic
ghosts
I
weapons,
mean,
it, right?
depends how much money we could get from it, though. I mean, if it could give us enough money to get close to getting a guild, maybe. Or we pawn it.
We sell it and I buy like 5 spells. That's the dream.
There you go.
Alright, so just
Yeah,
the
'cause-
zombies and the skeletons, right?
zombies, yeah, 3 zombies, skeletons.
Zombie, zombie dog, and a skeleton. The zombie dog's different.
Yeah, I'll just... Unless dog is more, which I highly doubt it is, I'll give you a zombie one. Oop. No.
Honestly,
Alright.
looking at my experience, I think my experience got messed up.
Yeah?
I remember being very close to leveling up in fighter, and I'm like at 1300.
Did you not save it? Maybe?
Probably. I'm not sure. I remember being a lot closer. I'll be honest, but it's
'Cause I think you said you were like 100 away or something like that.
Yeah, I think you
Oh,
did say that, like 99 away.
I'm not sure anymore, but
Oh, we could
1300
probably,
seems low.
if you said it, we could go back in the VODs
Yeah.
and you could see what you said.
Yeah.
Yep, that's open right now. Alright. So, divided by 3. Everybody gets 108 experience points. 0.3 repeated.
How many hit dice, sir?
There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hit dice you get. So that's for both Rocky and Aridane for their fighter guys, for the fighter level. And then
Would I be getting spells for read magic that I casted? Detect magic?
has to
or
come
those-
on, has to help you overcome a foe or a problem. So
Did it help him overcoming the problem of figuring out if this item's cursed?
no.
helps.
Yeah. Theo. Actually, you know what? I'll think we'll give everybody another 100 experience for roleplay. So that's individual. Everybody just gets another 100. Doo-doo-doo.
Well, if you're being super nice, I wonder why. What's going on? And then for me, there's a potential detect noise, potential hide and shadow, or
I think you got
silent.
You did get a hide and shadow. I think that might have been the only one you actually succeeded on that actually came into play because the dog didn't like turn around or anything.
He did help detect zombies. We knew there were zombies in the room.
Oh right, yes, the detect noise. So you can take. I think we said Was it,
Half.
it's half. Okay, so take 200 in total.
Okay. Plus, I don't think we got any gold or found any of that stuff, correct?
Not yet.
Oh, not yet. Okay.
Not yet.
Yeah, I don't think I get anything else.
Yeah.
1,000 away from the level 3. Man, that crit though. We could have probably finished it off. There wasn't 2 crits in a row.
Also, I
Ro-
forgot to mention this when you opened the iron door, but you also saw light inside the room.
Oh,
Oh,
good.
nice. Rocky, can I ask you how much experience do you have currently?
I have 2,979.
How much experience is level 3?
4,000.
4,000. And you're at 2.9k, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, another big mission. Maybe a bit more exploration. It's got to be leveled.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, guys.
Good session, boys.
Yeah. Are we gonna pick up in a week's time when I'm up, or are you guys wanna?
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I would be doing is getting information from the guys and seeing if they collected enough information after the week, like when you're waking up to see if that was enough time to get what we needed. So that's the only thing.
Depending what information we get, me and Tio might do a quick side op, right?
Yep.
Like just a couple
Unless
of
we-
arrows from the shadows and that's it. And just some
Couple fails
information
for
on
the
the sword.
shadows.
Yeah. A bullet in it and an arrow, sorry.
Maybe a bullet. We'll see.
Or maybe a dagger in a sleeve, who knows?
All right. Well,
Hey guys, it was fun. See you guys in 2 weeks.
yes, sir.
Sorry, do you mind if I ask you about Klaus? Is he gonna be joining us going forward, or what's happening?
I
haven't heard anything
honestly
at all.
have no idea. He's expressed multiple times that he does want to join, and he honestly remember Father's Day was, I think, last weekend. So, and his dad lives like pretty far away. I don't know if he's still there. If you spend like a week with him or something, I don't know.
Okay. It's just that like we had 10 sessions and he was in one of them. That's why I'm just asking.
Yeah, he wasn't in very many.
Okay.
But we'll see.
I don't mind the three-man thing, and whenever he's
Three-man party
available,
isn't
he can
bad.
join us. Yeah.
Yeah, just make sure you level up, because I'm pretty sure with this experience you've leveled up in your fighter.
Yeah, I think so too.
I'll go to have a look through VODs, because even with this experience, with what I have written down, I'm 300 short on fighter, but I'm pretty sure I was way closer than the experience.
Because last week you got 235 at least, plus whatever. Because how far off would you be from Rocky?
He wouldn't. You're supposed to be like 1.5, like 0.5 slower than a regular fighter. So he should be pretty. He should be leveled, or if not really close, because I'm at 3, so he should be there.
If you're at 3, I should be like what, half that, right? For
Not
fighter.
exactly half, a little bit more than half.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not too sure. We can take a look through the VODs and determine what's up with your level.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you are level. Do you want to roll your HP now, just so we can see?
Let's see if I actually level up first. I don't want to roll a 1 and be stuck with it,
True.
Yeah.
Alright.
We can do a level up at the
That's
start of session if you do.
The strat is to
I'm
do
just-
it now, and if it's the one, but well, we don't know that, and then the next session, like, well, we got to roll again.
There you go.
Yeah, if I didn't level up, I'm gonna be like, oh, but I leveled up now at the next session, you know, so I'm gonna roll now. You never know.
I'd
No,
catch
but
you.
I'm,
All
I'm
right,
just
guys.
curious what's gonna be at the end of the dungeon, because
I know.
fire and melting sounds interesting, so
Probably a good thing we didn't finish the dungeon. Actually, it's fine.
yeah.
Yeah.
It
There's
would
a lot
it's,
of units in there.
More than I thought too. I was like, oh, we're getting close to the end. We already killed a
it's
bunch of.
it's probably gonna be pretty hefty experience, like quest experience after we finish it, so I'm
Yeah, I
looking
think so.
forward to that. Probably
Yeah,
is gonna put me over the level.
and I'm
I'll be
hitting
level
five.
5.
Yeah.
By the end of this, I wouldn't be shocked.
Damn.
How close are you to 4? Or yeah,
I am at, if I have it right, I'm at 37. I need 5,000.
Oh,
I'll be
that's
at
not bad.
85.
You're gonna level up about the same time as Rocky, I think.
You said 5,000?
Yeah, I need 5,000. I'm at 37.
Oh yeah, he's gonna. I might level up first before he does.
He gets a lot of thief experience for gold and like
If we
thief
get a lot of
stuff.
gold, then yeah, that's true. Right, you're right.
Mhm.
Yeah, it depends what we get. It depends the type of stuff that I use. And remember, we cut it in half as well.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I mean, Thief is kind of good that way. Then if you do this, because Thief can just blow past everyone's levels and become really, really useful early.
Just keep giving me a bunch of money. That's all I care about. Just make me money.
Okay, you know what we're gonna do? A couple more levels and we're raiding the big temple. Now there's a lot of gold there, yeah.
We just go into the temple and just massacre them all and then run out of the city to a new place.
At
Perfect.
night, you sneak in, you backstab everyone, you know, easy.
Sounds
lot
like
of
a
gold.
plan.
Beautiful.
It's gonna
All
be
right,
that
guys,
easy.
I gotta get off, but it's been fun. My son's being son, so I'm gonna head on out. Later.
See ya.
Alright, guys, good night.
Goodbye.
See you later.
Good night. There we go.
Alright, so that was session 8 of Rise and Fall. I did forget to hit record for this, but I'll just download the VOD off of Twitch and, edit it in YouTube Editor, and get that uploaded for you guys, probably by tomorrow. So, see you guys later. Have a good night.